welcome to session number 21 of our journey through Tears of the Kingdom. We've been in the depths for the past few streams, and so stats are unchanged when it comes to shrines in Koroks. Still at, 45 shrines at 151 Koroks, but quite a few other things at this point. We've picked up a couple of schema stones and Yiga schematics. We're well on our way to revealing much more of the depths map, and we still have to figure out what is going on with the 4-object quest underneath the Great Plateau, because previously we just couldn't find the relevant objects. I kind of wonder at this point if I bugged it out or something, or if we really aren't looking in the right place. But anyway, we have this amazing ride that I just ran into in precisely the wrong way. As you can see, it does damage. And we were heading towards some of these towers in order to clear them up, although I think we encountered some kind of obstacle in the form of a chasm. Or perhaps the equivalent of the cliffside. Regardless, we're going to find a way. Yeah, it looks like there is a chasm or something that continues here. Either that or it's actually just a very high wall. I think it was a chasm. And I guess in order to get to that tower, we are likely going to have to either take a glider over or go around. But we're going to take our time to search. We're starting to run a little low on some supplies, so eventually we'll want to ascend back up into the main world, but until that time, this one we've been covered already. We will proceed as before. So, let's take our ride and let's go elsewhere. Now, we had also unlocked a couple of zonite charges over in that location. And this is just a mining instrument of some sort that was part of the massive arena for our latest bout with the Yiga clan. And yeah, we'll just have to figure out where to go from here. So, probably in the way I'm facing, although possibly even back to this one. Again, we don't want to get too close to the Yiga content until we have the Yiga suit completely. But we can do quite a bit of other exploration in the meantime. We should probably head back east. And that's the wrong way entirely. Let's back up and take that around. Yeah, because we had scouted ahead briefly at the end of the previous stream and determined that it might be a bit of a longer effort to get where we want to go, so we'll take the mining vehicle over here instead and see if we can go around the relevant terrain features. So, like I was saying, we won't be picking too many fights. We've already started to skip some fights simply because I am a little low on certain supplies, but and we can just kind of charge up the vehicle a little bit at a time. Stop and go, since we're somewhat low on batteries and the like. Just crush everything in our path until we find another point for construction. Given that we potentially have some glider construction here, we could try to fly it out. I kind of want to just ram these guys again, since we can do it. Whoa, nope, that's not a friend. Hang on. What am I even holding right now? Let's not use that. That's a bit of overkill. Well, okay. You know what? Did I just use a Lionel bow on that thing? Okay, that was maybe not the most cost efficient, but that's why we need cheaper bows. Because right now we are overusing our best weapons. Anyway, I was trying to ram these guys, and stabilizer certainly helps. Oh, we can just drop a car in them as well. That would work. Anyway. Yeah, that's the thing. We don't really have cheap weapons to be using with things like keys anymore. But we see a fairly clear promontory here that we could be using. Yeah, I don't want to use any of these. These are all so very good. So if we just throw something at him, perhaps. No, we can use this one. And then it doesn't take durability to do that. No, we can just first of all kick him out. Then take the stick. Now we're in business. Now we actually have something cheap. You need something cheap from time to time just to diversify your weapon set. Oh, got gloomed here. Alright, so previously we encountered a cliffside. And I think if we find out where that is, we'll likely take a rocket glider over instead and see if we can do a quick assembly on something that will take me all the way over, starting in this location, because this, I think, goes rather too deep. I mean, it's an interesting structure, but I think we'll want to glide it from there, so what we can do is collect some materials for the auto build, just because we're cheap. And then, yeah, there's definitely a glider assembly point of some sort. Actually, do we have a control stick here? If we don't, unfortunately, I don't think we can lop it off our pre-build. We'll just have to make do without, probably. So maybe put some rockets on the plane, unless we have a pre-build, which does not seem to have a control stick, but does have everything else we need. And, oh, there we go. We'll likely overshoot this completely, but we can just build it as is. And then find a good launch point. Which, with the aid of our little stick that we've just found, will... Actually, if I have a light, I would like to attach a light. I don't think I have a light. It's really something to consider for the auto builds when we're down here in the depths. That some illumination would really be helpful. But we are wearing a glowing suit, so at least at short range we can see. We just can't see very far past that point. We have a bit of elevation here, but I think it's better if we head right to the edge. And unfortunately, there is a bit of a risk that we'll just bump into trees, but... Oh, let's not get gloomed. Let's scout ahead a little bit, just so we know what's in front. Now, if we're not steering, obviously, then we have the benefit of being able to throw more of these objects in front of us. We just need to not crash, and we should be okay. Let's see it. Indeed, that's not too bad, I say, as I head straight into the gloom. Okay, we got most of it away. Should actually take this with us, to the extent that we can. Can we? I mean, we can always rebuild it, it's not a big deal, but, you know, we are a little bit cheap from time to time, and certainly being frugal about these devices doesn't hurt. Not that we're particularly short in Zonite, but... Okay, that was a nice quick trip over here, in fact. It even gets me within visual range of the next one after that. Well, that was fairly simple. I wonder if maybe getting well out of range of the abandoned central mine and going back might fix what is potentially just a spawning issue with the quest objects, unless I'm really missing something in this place. Generally with games like this, so you don't presume that something is due to bugginess. Sometimes you are just missing something, like some kind of prerequisite interaction. That's certainly the experience we had with Breath of the Wild when we attempted to do so much without ever picking up the camera or talking to Impa at the beginning of the game that broke certain things like the spawning of divine dragons or other things like that. Are they called divine dragons? I'm thinking of Fire Emblem, I think. Anyway, the dragons. This looks like it is a fairly clear land passage, but if we can continue to fly... we have fired off the rockets already, of course, so... we'd need to rebuild rockets of Zonite if we are doing that. However, looks like the land passage is probably okay as well if we want to proceed on foot and see what we can uncover along the way. You never know, might be interesting. Oh, we got gloomed. Wow, we're actually getting gloomed quite a bit. Let's not do that. I am out of gloom food. We'll likely have to cook more at some point. Let me just be careful about traversal. This area is still reasonably well lit, but then now we're getting into the dark zone. And Scarlet Ariax, welcome. And let's see what we can do over here. Someone's trying to tail me. Am I wrong? Okay. Yeah, we probably could have taken a plane, but I don't want to bump into anything over the abyss, so we might as well take the land road and see if there's anything interesting that's discoverable along the way. Eventually, we'll kind of wrap back over to the canyon mines, which was very much my intention quite some time ago at this point. Okay, so now we've found a chasm. I'm doing alright, thank you very much. And we might actually want to build a rocket plane or something to get across here. And we'll see, because this looks like a point that might be a bit difficult as far as advantage goes. I don't know if we've hit a dead end when it comes to this cliffside, but it's quite possible. We'd have to go quite a ways down and back up, and so flight would obviously be much preferred. However, if we do go over, yeah, I guess we'd probably be wrapping back around elsewhere. Let's follow the cliffside. Let's see if there's a bridge that I might be missing. I do see some lights over there. And yeah, thank you. We're having a great stream. Hope you are doing well on your end likewise. Okay. If we can find a vehicle assembly point close by, that'd be great. There's one right here, actually. We can find some glider parts. Right on the edge of the map. That's actually perhaps the best way to do this. We would have to go back over some of the gloom, but we're able to do that and potentially live to tell the tale. How far off was that? That was, whoop, over here a bit. I don't know if it's far down below, given his position on the map, but we'll have to search here and find out. Yeah, it might be pretty far down. In which case... Well, there is more light over there, so... we can always... fly down there instead. Let's, actually, instead of tapping the map over and over, let's actually zoom in on that. Pretty close by, in fact. So, we'd be losing quite a bit of elevation to get there, but it is difficult enough to see that maybe we should prioritize that one. And maybe it'll give us a way back up. Either that or we build a glider and hit the top one first. But I think we're likely to miss this one if we're not taking it, so we can always balloon back up or something. If we find the appropriate materials to do so. Oops. That is pretty far. Well, how costly is the rocket plane? Let's take a look here. If we just have a single propeller rocket plane, that's actually only 12. That's not bad at all. I think in that case we should probably go. Do I stream daily? I normally don't, but I have been doing so for Tears of the Kingdom. Usually we go closer to 3 or 4 times a week. We have increased the schedule substantially for this game, and only this game. And we'll see if that sticks at any point afterwards. So, lately we have been doing it daily at this time, though. Which is a bit of a difficult time for people, but we make it work. Alright, if there's no obstruction in the way, I think we'll go over that one first. How come we tag something right here? What was that all about? Oh, probably missed indicator for previous tower. No, that's just the one that we newly tagged. This one is really close by. Right down below, which can't really hit at the moment. Yeah, if we go below, it might be some time before we can come back up, so I think we should actually try to make this crossing. There is, however, seemingly some kind of land crossing that will be available further down, so... however, even that is going to be down in this canyon. So in the interests of remaining somewhat elevated, let's say we will go auto build. Just spend some zonite for once. And just build it here. James D, welcome. Yeah, zonite's fairly easy to come by down here at least, so we can continue along our way. How come this is still green? Maybe because we're still on auto build, I don't know. Or maybe because it's saying that the whole thing is just an auto build template. We haven't actually oh no, because the zonite was generated, that's why, I haven't actually spent zonite on pieces before, which is why this looks new to me. But that's what happens apparently if you do a custom build. Anyway, let's go. See if we can maintain elevation all the way there. Until we hit that beacon. Otherwise, we might be in for a surprise, who knows. We're in for a surprise. Okay, let's hopefully not wind up too far down. Hit something anyway. Whoa, nope. A little too low. Yeah, we might have expected that, actually. That we do need to take off from a higher elevation if we're going to be doing that. Or maybe consume more battery. Actually, that would be a solution. You maintain elevation by consuming more battery. Anyway, we're back here. That does lose my scouting of one of those previous positions because we hadn't tagged these at the time. Thank you so much for the follow. We've got quite close to this, as you can see. There was the second one down below that we had scouted as well. Actually, yeah, if we just consume more battery, that would have maintained elevation for long enough. We're willing to spend a few charges on that until we have actually upgraded our bag. So there was one below as well. We'll try to just get that position. We've hopefully learned a lesson about the gloominess of this particular trunk. And let's see what's down here. Yeah, because we had seen something. It was well off in the distance, but still relatively visible. That one's right by the Yiga hideout, so if we eventually dive down there, we'll hit that light route directly. There was another one down here, though. Yeah, there we go. Which a simple glider fight could do as well, but we'll see. Again, I'd like to maintain elevation for as long as we can before we start hitting some of that stuff. Also, here's one that's new. We hadn't seen that one before. So yeah, you know, well, I don't know if we'll quite have enough height this time. Let's maybe try it again with the battery and see what happens. If it's not too costly to have the additional rockets and propellers, maybe that's a possible solution as well. So we'll get up there and try it. Right up to where we can go. This is about the extent of it before we hit something, I think. Yeah, this is where we previously stopped. I'm pretty sure you can't actually, well, ascend through gloom, but these points don't look very accessible anyway, so possibly one thing we could check, though, is climbing around this thing. I doubt it. Unless we can light up the swamp first. You know, if we're slipping right in here and then going right bloom right over there. No, can't really see a thing. We can try to fly it again, but perhaps from a slightly higher elevation if we can find it. Because the problem is that we did ram right into that cliff, and we did lose a lot of height on the way in, though, so maybe this is still doable. Or we'll just have to have a higher takeoff point. How expensive is the fan plane anyway? We'll have to see, but we do need some initial thrust. Because this is an 18, that tells me that each additional fan is a +3. I think this is fine though. We just needed a battery, and I think we can still do it. Yeah, we need a valid build location. Just 12 zonite for the plane. Unfortunately, it does pitch forward quite a bit. Particularly without any additional control on that. Fishing for it to begin with over here. Let me try to set it up like that. And then let's see how we're doing on materials. When it comes to zonite charges, because we'll need some. In the absence of something like a battery. Zonites. Yeah, you can't disassemble existing builds, but I wonder if you can kind of reassemble them such that if I save a blueprint of a double battery or something, I wonder if I'm able to take that and just tag it on top. Like, yeah, we have a double battery, so let's say that's 18 though. Batteries are expensive. Understandably. It's 9 each. I can understand why they're so expensive. But it would of course be much more convenient to just spend charges, given that zonite can exchange for charges. They're pretty much 1 for 1, so let's just tap this and let's see if we do better this time. Stand back so it pitches a little bit better. And let's not just let this thing expire. And one more just to be safe. Just to be safe. Okay, great. This is exactly what we wanted. Much better this time. Much, much better. And yeah, it definitely looks as though there is this kind of terrain inversion going on, where high points in the overworld are low points over here. As you can tell from the Hebrew Mountains, there's this huge chasm to our left. And then other lakes and rivers kind of appear as walls instead, I think. And so this was accessible by land, just it's way up, and that's why we wouldn't have wanted to cross that way. Okay, let's take a look at the map again. Yeah, we're pretty far up high, that's why crossing that way would have been inadvisable. This is quite low in elevation, this is right by the Yiga hideout. A lot of this stuff would eventually be accessible. Now this does hopefully allow me to cross over. We'll figure that out in just a moment when we see whether we recovered our vehicle. And we have, although we don't have any rockets to launch it. Also, I think if you use auto build with it again, I don't think you can use it as a material, can you? Let's try that. That's the difficulty with building something that is expendable. You can't actually grab the existing build, obviously. Well, maybe not so obviously, but, you know, basically these prefabricated recipe objects are not really able to be disassembled from there. Because if you shake the thing, the whole thing just breaks apart and disappears, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, it is possible to go up here if we just find an appropriate ascension point, I'm sure. It seems a little out of reach, but perhaps from down below. You actually can ascend through a light route, which is very important to know. We hadn't tried that previously, but now it seems almost obvious. Although it gets you pretty far up. And who knows if we can go back down, but, you know, we'll worry about that when we get to it. Yeah, because it seems like the light routes just take you straight up to the ceiling. And there's not much to be done from there. Perhaps. We should have tried it with some of the previous ones, though, just in case it got me anywhere, but I think this is going to be absolutely the ceiling, and so we'll have to drop back down. The thing I was hoping for was some way to proceed around this way, but it looks like we might be completely enclosed. If we are, then maybe perhaps we can climb around on the outside, but I don't think we'd be able to cross if we did that, so no such luck with that. Luckily we can climb on some of these surfaces instead. Okay. Well, let's take a look. It is kind of possible to go around some of this, but not really. It looks like a hard wall. All the way across. Possibly above. We'll see, because this was just a ceiling that we hit here. Maybe it is possible to go higher. Kind of tricky, though, this location. I think this is rather secluded. In a place that you're most expected to head to by flight. If I'm looking at it, unless you... Oh yeah, if you took a balloon up here, that would also count as flight. Climb around, though. Perhaps we can have a ledge on the other side to stand on. As well as what looks like a tunnel down below. I don't know if that is or if it's just a dead end, but you know, that's absolutely worth checking, especially if we can ascend through it afterwards, although not clear that we can. So we'll see, because if we drop down below, then we're in the same situation that we were in previously, really. Where... yeah, I suppose if you go across this way, you can get back to the mine. Seems like you'd have to cross some gloom to get there, though. This does not look like a tunnel, but it looks like some kind of depression nevertheless. This would eventually give you a long way back to the mine. Given that, let's scout here for a moment. I actually think we should go the other way. Because then we can loop inwards. So yeah, this is a very interesting node in that by itself I think it would be difficult to reach by any normal means. It's pretty enclosed. There's no obvious avenue of approach other than flight. And of course we had to do so blindly in darkness. But the way to go might actually be in the other direction then. Although it's not really obvious what you can stand on there either. Unless that becomes a path when it widens out a bit. So yeah, you would have to cross some gloom first, of course. Hopefully. In fact, if we stand here first, we'll be in much better shape. And if we cross the gloomy part of the wall, then we might be able to proceed on the cliffside. Got plenty of stamina foods, I'm not too worried about that, but if we wind up dropping, well, we'll just deal with it. Kind of think this might not be successful though. Or if it is, that would be pretty interesting to watch. I mean, we've got plenty of health that we need to recover anyway, so I'm certainly not against spending some stamina food to keep this going, so long as it doesn't go to waste. But it looks like if we just get to that opposite ledge there, and we're not even through half our stamina so far with the lateral climb, that we can probably continue from that ledge onwards, and we would in fact be fine. So we'll try that out as our first option and see if that will be successful. Yeah, that totally looks like you can land on it. It also totally looks like we will have the stamina to do it. As long as we don't get impatient and try to lunge across too soon. Drop too soon, for that matter. Before we're safely over the ledge. Yeah, I guess that would be the way to approach the lamp if you see it over there, is ordinarily you'd have to come over here and do the cliff climb, although you'd have to do it in the darkness. Okay. Let's see. You know, over here. And... oh, here's another one. That's okay. I think we can probably cover that distance without too much trouble. That doesn't look any further than what we just traversed, so... this is definitely the Breath of the Wild thinking taking over, just deciding to climb everywhere, and certainly having the stamina wheel to do it is quite a boon, which makes me think that, you know, we're kind of backlogged by 2 upgrades that we can cash in next time we pray at a goddess statue. We could very well just use that on more stamina. I feel like it's always going to be valuable, so long as you don't run into something like the Master Sword requirement in the first game. Okay. That was reasonably successful. Now, since we've mapped all this out and we can go around, assembly point over there. Yeah, we can always go around, although this is at low elevation, so I doubt we'll hit it. And I would actually like to go back here to see if we can resolve the problem that we have been running into with the central quest, because that's the thing that I really do want to get done before we ascend back into the overworld in the upper level. A gentle drop point over here that you can climb back around afterwards if needed. Again, though, we're pretty low on food supply right now, so I'm going to try not to pick too many fights the way we usually do. Oh, I completely forgot about that Stalnox, didn't I? Yeah, it was that Stalnox we scouted here that we didn't actually end up fighting. That's okay. We marked it for a reason. There was a Dark Lionel somewhere here, too, and we never managed to take. Anyway, we can continue scouting this area. What vast and complicated terrain this is. And the idea is to try to get back to the mine so we can try to see if we can locate the Sheikah Eye. We'll have to tread across some gloom to do it, I'm pretty sure. If it's just a brief touch, it's actually okay. The Brewer Canyon Mine, we had actually not been here previously. Let's take a look and see. Oh, let's explore. It looks like it's fairly easy to get back up from here, and we can construct minecarts. And I kind of want to fix up my minecart construction anyway, so... that said, if we stay elevated, it's easier to cross over to the other side first. However, this looks like it's potentially some kind of track. Yeah, as long as we can get back up here, which I think we probably can. With our current stamina level, but I should probably confirm that before we do any kind of major dramatic descent. It's not really that far down. And this face is fairly shallow as well. I think we can do it. Worst case, we'll consume some stamina food. Or pop a balloon. You got wing gliders over there, you got more wing parts generally, balloon parts as well. So as long as we know how to hop off a balloon safely, we might actually be fine. Also, there's that whole winding trunk on the other side, which looks like it would take you somewhere up here, and it would take you back up to the top level, so looks like we have a couple of options. Which means we should actually make the drop. And let's explore. We don't know what this mine is all about, so could be something interesting for all we know. And yeah, in keeping with the terrain inversion, it seems like the Naburu Canyon mine probably corresponds to Mount Naburu, and of course it does. Okay, treasure chest. We will of course take it. That'll be quite nice when we eventually get around to cashing some of those in. Might be some time before we do that, but you know, we don't mind so much. Also, more zonite. We need a rock for mining it. We can grab one somewhere here. More weapons as well, in fact, including rock hammers. We have weapon slots, yes we do. Forgot just how much we spent recently when it comes to weapons. What we really need is more cheap bows. Also, this looks breakable. I don't know if that's going to be a passageway or just a wall. But we'll obviously... I was saying that we might want Riju for that, but actually... No, we don't, because we currently only have our good bows left, and I don't want to overspend them. Let's just whack this with just basically a free rock hammer anyway. Oh, okay. That doesn't keep you in kind of continuous spin, so yeah, we'll just grab some large cement. This is why this is a mine, I guess. So much for that rock hammer. We should just chuck a bomb at this. We got bombs. We can do it. There we go. Much better. And nothing in here, but that was worth it. I mean, that's basically just more vehicle construction coming our way eventually when we want to have it. Also, yeah, let's pick up a rock. Yeah, no wonder these rock hammers are so fragile, being put on rusty broadswords. I actually think a boulder would be much better here. I think a boulder has more mining power. I'm not totally clear on it, but certainly feels like it should. Away. Oh, there's more. That's why it's a mine. Yeah, so an alternate way up, of course, is the tree trunk that we saw earlier. But it certainly works. In fact, it gives me a pretty clear path out of the lower level if we do want to explore back to the other light route that we scouted out much earlier. Yeah, but I think we'll just stay on course for the time being and see what we can do up here. Yeah, a couple of different ways to go back up. I mean, the trunk would be a long way, but it'll be functional. We can also ascend through here once we cross some gloom. Well, now you're thinking in tears. Okay. So, let's head back over. See what we can do. These look like additional camps. We'll just stay at high elevation for as long as we can and make the crossing. That seems like on the map there's some kind of gap up ahead, or will be. Also, this area is technically lit. I think it's just a standard base, standard mining base, not one of the Yiga huts that'll give me something actually good, but the light routes, I think those might already have been lit. Yeah, these are the ones that we've uncovered by now. That was on top of the labyrinth, in fact. Labyrinth that seems completely inaccessible to me right now, although maybe there's a subterranean passage I missed. Yeah, it seems completely enclosed. There's a dragon again. Our old friend. Actually, I have no idea who that is. But we'll poke him eventually and find out. Well, we have a vantage point over in the dark area over there. Yeah, we've seen most of this. This is mostly facing south. Or... oh, which means I'm totally going the wrong way. Yeah, because we're going back down the stuff. Okay, let's reverse. Got a bit diverted after I did the double ascend just now. We need to go this way. I wonder if Death Mountain in the northeast is just going to be one huge chasm that goes very, very low. That would be in keeping with the terrain inversion we've seen so far. But it does make it a bit of a challenge to navigate here because we get by in pro mode as well as we do in the overworld, because in Breath of the Wild there are such clear landmarks on our horizon to look at that can situate you at any given time. Here, it's a bit more of a challenge. Anyway, we've already lit up that area. And we are now above, roughly, where we want to go. We want to locate the chasm so we can find out where the object fell down. Might be quite high up, might not be. We won't know until we get there. Now will we? Given that we're looking over this directly, let's stay up here for now until we can see the chasm's entry point. It's gonna be over there. Bit difficult to gauge distance down here though, so I'll just go around. Another prominent root system to work with. And a lot of mining that we can do, once again. Until our hammer is badly damaged. That's fine, we'll probably forgo that one unless we have a convenient rock sitting next to us. Truly not a big deal. Okay, so about that chasm, we don't see it. But we should fairly soon. We continue to proceed. Looks like this trunk might take us over, but it's actually broken. Let's see if we can get within the ascend range. Oh. Actually, we can just maybe walk it. Or can we? Let's see if we can get up on top. And we'll reverse directions. So we can keep a clear idea of where we're going. This one looks like it's been lit. Yeah, we can remind ourselves to take that out. We'll head over this way with something shiny. More muddle buds. For muddling your buds. Yeah, we want a relatively high vantage point just so we can understand what's going on. Once we do get to the chasm and can see what the drop column is going to be. Still don't see the chasm from here. I guess we're not really that close yet. But we can kind of slide down from here safely. Yeah, I really do love the care and attention to the terrain here when it comes to making it traversable, even though I think a lot of it many players will just never see. Okay, this looks like it's the drop point. And am I going straight down to around the camp below, or at least close to the terminal location? I don't remember if we'd actually checked it that far when we were last here. Better drop off of this now. Let's climb and take it down. The things we do without the paraglider. Yeah, I don't know if anything up there is going to be accessible ever. I think it's just the boundary. Does mean that we're going to be looking for a drop location somewhere along here. Could very well be on top of the mushrooms, but you know, we'll have to put a couple of markers here and see. The pose down below, actually, right at the tip of that terminal down there, that could be the drop location. That would be in keeping with what we found on the east side. That we also found a location that was kind of lit up by pose and a lamp. Just to be visible, so the part I'm talking about is, if I can magnify somewhere, see if I can highlight it. It looks kind of like this, and that is Poe cluster. And yeah, we don't want to sit on this thing, it's too gloomy. If we descend here, basically, we should be able to get in reasonably close to see if the Sheikah Eye is more visible. Yeah, this is the location I'm looking for. I wonder if it's there. It doesn't look like it's there. But that would be kind of in direct alignment with a chasm, right? It's pretty close. If it's going to be anywhere, it should be pretty close to that location. We might just have to go down there and see if we can uncover it. Because all I see are Poes right now. But it's also dark, and I don't know if that will tell me anything. Whoa, that was a bad idea. Oh, and I rolled to death. Okay, that actually happened to me very early in Breath of the Wild, I remember. On my first day with the first game. Let's see how far back the autosave is. Very helpful tip there. Wow, we are way back. Way, way back. I wonder if we got any mining done. If we have to do it all over. I guess we do have to do it all over. Yeah, because I guess there just wasn't a natural save point up until that point. Well, we like our zone, we might as well take it. I don't think we really tagged anything important or interesting leading up to that point anyway. We mostly just collected zonite and traversed our way over. And didn't really see what I was looking for, so... Who knows, because, you know, if this is dropping an object, it should have been precisely where we saw it pose. But... Whoops, cancel please. And then we'll use the mining weapon first, and... Also, know well enough now to try to bomb this out.
Yeah.
And not even completely succeed the way that we had done previously. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Better. Not a very good trade, though. That's okay, we know how to pick up more bonfires along the way. Not that desperate for zonite, but we say that now, and who knows? Given some time, we may change our mind about that. Yeah, it seems like a very sparse autosave in some ways, but I guess that's because our durability. Yeah, we're going to use the sturdy long stick with boulder. That's because our traversal was slow, I was about to say. But now we have a good idea where to find things, and like I said, I don't think we really lost much in the way of map scouting progress, so just whack a few more things and be done with that. Grab the other rusty piece of work while we're at it. There's a bit of a long traversal though, I think we can probably do a bit better than that. We don't really need to repeat the same course that we came before. I mean, that was mostly a scouting run. I'm usually kind of intent on just repeating the same pathways when we do fail like that, traversal-wise, but it's not really necessary. We know what our objective is going to be, and I did manage to scout that out. Yeah, let's ascend through here again. Let's make sure we're properly oriented. We don't necessarily need to take the uppermost path. now that we know that we're likely looking at a location down below. Yeah, because we'd taken that upper trunk, we had a huge fall from there. We don't really need to go back that way. Now that we've seen it. Oh, more sonite. Kinda wonder about these mushrooms. I haven't really used them for cooking or anything. But anyway, we are looking for the mine. We can probably afford to go down a bit sooner then. But we know it's going to be in that lower location. But yeah, because we've gone up to trunks previously. Oh, whoops. I don't really want to sit in the gloom here. Okay. Oddly enough, I think I actually did find one of the better ways down. I just didn't traverse it very cautiously. Also, the skulls are totally still alive, despite the scale of the fall. Okay, come on. We can do better than that. Also, I think it certainly mattered that we were so low on hearts. Probably didn't need to take that much fall damage to begin with. But yeah, if we could take a gentle descent, I think that'd be best. We really should heal up, though. I say as I continue to run down. Into the depths of the depths. But yeah, I mean, we were looking at that location. Whoop, nope. Walking off while I was holding a scope. I guess we're repeating the same thing from Mount Naburu. Let's see it again. I have to remind myself not to walk forward while we're holding the scope. That was being cautious. Okay, back here again. Let's see it again. I mean, like I said, I'm not really that desperate for all the zonite, but it might still help, so. Oops. Because it might be a while before we come back, even though we do know our way back now, so depending on how I traverse the overworld and how much I spend on ascending through certain locations. We'll have to see how we prefer to do things. Okay, much better. Single bomb throw. Getting a little bit of practice for doing that as efficiently as possible. Yeah, we'll just break the first weapon and then grab the second one. At this point, though, we have a pretty good idea where we want to go. We just need to not do it quite so carelessly. Take a rolling death like we did that first time. Okay. Let's grab another one. Anyway, same idea, roughly the same path. We might not want to go that high. But even if we just walk straight over, we'd be in a very similar situation, I think. Unless we just decided to go around the lower route, which might make a lot more sense. Let's see when we can find our way. To a certain extent, I think that actually does make more sense. Then we'll just take a different path instead now that we kind of know lay of the land a little better than we did before. What is that? That is just another enemy encampment. Okay, so have we learned a lesson about descending these locations? Not really. Same idea though, would just be heading over gradually. And a gentler incline perhaps. Getting into slightly different kinds of trouble. It's a bit gloomy though. Climb down input, can we have it please? That was a bit of a thrill. Too steep a slope. And who knows, our quest for this object may still end in failure, so... this might not even be that helpful. We'll take a much gentler slope down this time around, and oh, we can totally fight this guy. I mean, I've got the weapons to do it. I might want to heal up first, but... this is a bit of insurance. We'll totally fight him. Just in case. We need to locate him again afterwards. I'm sure we farm him for the same materials that we do in the overworld, so... it shouldn't matter too much. Can I climb down, please? Climb down, climb down. Very difficult inputted trigger for some reason. Probably because everybody expects you to have a glider. There we go. That wasn't even climb down input, we just kind of faced away from the cliff. Let's kill him. Heal up first. Fence up? Maybe, but... sneaky, sneaky... yeah, we're pretty good on cold resistance, actually. We might just take some of this stuff. Maybe not the ones that are super long duration. Don't want to use the full recovery. Yeah, the single point of shock resistance maybe is less useful now that I know how to make the doubles. So let's just eat the singles. And yeah, because that was kind of the result of, well, Price Balzer from Addison, of course, but still figuring out how to do the double resistance, which is what I actually wanted there. Anyway, what kind of leg does he have? It's a metal one, so we'll go lightning against him when the time comes. Can't really sneak strike these guys, unfortunately. We got the Flux Pounder. Can kind of roast him a bit, but let's use the Flux Weapon just for fun and sport. Totally just shock him right out of the gate, maybe. Okay. Oh, missed. There we go. Yeah, this guy's not even location marked, so... Wow, flux for a pounder. Took a pounding. Royal bow, thank goodness. We're running out of bows in a very serious fashion. They do drop a large crystallized charge though, so potentially he is kind of farmable in a way that will be helpful. That will obviously drop the rusty stuff because this won't be very good. Claymore's quite nice. This thing's gonna break quickly. Fortunately, yeah, I guess we had already used that weapon quite a bit even before using the core, but I think we're pretty good on two-handers right now still. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, Mighty Sword is a two-hander. I'll stick as a two-hander. Yeah, let's stick with one-handers for now, and in doing so, or maybe just trade Claymore for this. Because we can always build more rocks. Yeah, it's a 10 durability up. We can use that as a mining weapon instead. That would be quite nice. Yeah, we want to stick anything additional on it right now. We probably can. So, for example, if we use this. Whoops. We have a super long claymore. Unless we find a better weapon, like one of these depths weapons to attention to, which might be even better. In fact, consider looting some of this stuff from time to time. Soldier's broadsword. Yeah, maybe that's better. But we'll actually just put this one on Royal Broadsword. Just extra damage to put a sword on a sword. That would come in handy, so. Turns out taking the alternate path here did pay off, given that we sniped a mini-boss fairly quickly. No trouble whatsoever. Anyway, here's fall damage central. This was not the original mining location I was going for. This is the inner one. We actually want to get further along into the innermost location, and perhaps we'll get the minecart from there. Alright, let's not lose to quite as much scouting nonsense this time. We'll leave it. Let's do a bit of a safer cliff drop if we can manage it. Need to accurately gauge the slope though, so we know when it is safe to just slip. Not when we're on an overhang like this, because a drop will just be a drop. If we're not careful, you just kind of have to press in when you let go. Okay, no problem. Here's a boulder. Let's put it on a mining weapon. Sturdy long stick claymore. Yeah, we'll put it on something. Yeah, no, we don't really need it yet. We'll do mining when the time comes. We'll burn through a couple weapons anyway, including the one that we're just about to use up here. Okay, nice gentle slope. Let's not die to fall damage here, of all places. That would be extremely embarrassing. We had previously, of course, gone down to the Highlight Cannon Mine. That was kind of the way station for the minecart track, where you continue all the way to the end. Now the question is, the big question, Can we find the Sheikah eye device? Because we've only found 1 out of 4 so far, and I just haven't been able to locate the other ones, these locations, where they should be dropping in fairly obvious spots. So the question is, why have we been missing them? Is it just that they haven't spawned in a proper location, or are we missing the actual drop point? Because it looks very much like it should be there, shouldn't it? Because then the idea would be that you send it up lift, attaching it. But I don't see it. I don't see it at all, unless... Nope, I don't see it. Because this is the drop point. Oh no, this is a little off the drop point. It should be roughly directly below, though. So why don't we see it? What is the problem? Could it be on some overhang above? Did it just not spawn properly? I mean, we found the one that we did find with no problem. No issues whatsoever, so how come we've been having so much trouble with the other 3? Where have they gone? I'm actually kind of tempted to do a save and reload from save, but the thing is, you know, we have reloaded from save so many times just from falling deaths, that surely can't be a problem. I think we are probably missing something. Something very critical about where to find the devices. Because it really should be here, right? We're directly under the drop point. We knew that was the case with the one object that we did find. We don't see anything to pick up. Could it be further up? I mean, it looks very much like it's supposed to be something that you take up the lift with you. Why don't we see any of this stuff? I feel like at this point, because we do know how to ascend back up to the overworld, that we should just do it and check what's going on with the missing devices. Because we spent so long trying to track them down, and it's not clear to me where else they could have dropped. Given that, you know, this platform up here isn't exactly going to intercept it, at least I don't think so. Maybe you do go up there and you drop it further and cart it down or something. I guess we should check that. That would seem strange to me because you don't really have any kind of terrain marking for that. That's a little far north. So what is the problem? Why can't we see it? Is it something else that we need to dispel here, or cover? Maybe it's on a slightly elevated level? Maybe it's up there? No, that looks like the continuation of the station. Let's... Yeah, just use something like this. Can we just give this a little bit of a tap? Yeah. Well, I don't know why we don't see it. And why we're missing 3 out of 4. And the thing is, like, having found 1 out of 4, now I'm kind of wondering why does only seems to partly work the same way. Unless there's something else we haven't seen. Okay, you got all these minecarts over here. That'll give me the opportunity to fix up my minecart blueprint, incidentally. Where we can just dock one of these. Yeah, just as the light. We don't really need the light. Could we just try to make a basic cart? And just use this construction. We can then cancel this favorite. And, oh, I guess we can't actually do much further, can we? Let's see here. Let's just reassemble it. I'm sure the light isn't that much more expensive on it, but... Oops. Elevate it slightly. It's off center. And we'll mark this before we fight this guy. Didn't mean to turn on the light. That's okay. Okay, so I still don't get it. Why is it not here? What could we possibly be lacking? Maybe I need to reveal it with something, or... put on some lights, dispel some gloom, I don't know. But it really should be right here. If it's anything like how the other one worked. Evidently it's not like how the other one works, so...
Yeah.
I don't know why they're missing. Well, it was like this, and if all the other ones are like this, we might have to forego this for now until we understand what's happened. Possibly we just need to go back up to the Great Plateau and drop everything one again, but then I don't understand why one of them worked. Specifically the one at the eastern side functioned perfectly. Yeah, but here's the chasm. Straight drop down here. It's not going to hit anything else. Could it be? Particularly because now that we've seen the first of these, we know that the drop point is actually going to be fairly tight and limited. It's not going to be some kind of crazy bounce that took the object far elsewhere. It looks specifically like between the pose and the lighting and everything else that this should have been it. Why isn't it? We need to uncover something, bomb something. I just don't get it. Well, in that case, I think we should just go back to base. Oh, oh whoops, too soon. Wasting durability on this thing. What? Why don't we just ascend? We don't really need a lift to take objects up with us. Oops, too high. Yeah, I don't understand it. Maybe we just need to reload depths in their entirety or something. I certainly hope it's not just bugged. Because that would be very unfortunate if so. But surely it can't be bugged to the degree of missing 3 out of 4, right? And specifically 3 out of 4. Anyway, we've got a couple of tracks here. This one goes nowhere. Seemingly. This one goes all the way over here and allows us to check the south chasm, although we encountered the same problem there. We just haven't seen irrelevant objects. Yeah, still no headway on this. And I truly don't know why. Or what we could be doing differently. So now we're fairly close to the southern point. We can certainly check that, but you know, same issue here too. That we searched high and low and found nothing. This one at least has a couple of structures up here that might be promising. We see just how far off the chasm we are, but yeah, because that is going to be on the upper platform. We can get up there. Which we can. Without too much trouble. Yeah, usually in games like this, as I was saying, we never really jump to the suspicion that something is bugged, but this one might actually be bugged. As far as I can tell. Anyway, this looks like it's got some potential. There's the chasm. There's the drop. Straight down. We'll land somewhere around that structure. We should check that structure. If we can. Might be worthwhile to build a balloon here. Although... well, let's see. What is the best way to gain elevation here? Probably just by going back up to the central location and doubling back, actually. I think it'll be faster than just trying to ascend this through balloons or something. But if you did decide to do it via ballooning, then you could ascend up this location. Might be worthwhile, actually, depending on the cost of the balloon, which I think is not actually too intense. Basic balloon. Unadorned, with no rockets. Cost 9. I mean, we have this convenience for a reason. We did all that zonite mining for a reason. Let's just play the game the way it's meant to be played and see if we can get up high enough. Might have to ascend out of it, but if we hug the wall, then perhaps it will still work. Okay, let's do it. Worst case, we just lose a balloon. Oh, whoops. Well, let's do this first. Okay, come on. Luckily, single swings with such a big stick. Ducked. Quite a bit of diplomacy. Yeah, I don't quite like this slope, does it thing? Doesn't really work too well for balloon flight of the sort I'm going for. And a very flat takeoff point. Not sure we're getting one. That's okay, balloons will straighten themselves out, I think. As long as we're kind of within range to climb on a cliff afterwards. We should have rotated it so we can exit the basket safely. But decide that we want, because right now I think this will not quite get me there. Oh, let's fire a battery here. Just to cover the additional distance. I think it's worth it to spend some charges just to resolve problems. There's the height. Oh no. Except of course we lost battery almost too soon. That's okay. Yeah, we probably could have done that just fine if we... That's fine. Too bad about all the batteries we spent, but you know, that's what trading zonite is for. Just to make sure our stocks don't get depleted. Okay, surely this has to be close to a relevant drop point. No devices here. We're not quite at the chasm yet. It's going to be at a corner of the structure. It's pretty satisfying to actually have a successful balloon flight for once, though. Mostly. Should have been able to do that with one charge, we just didn't catch quickly enough. Also, this one, given the light location, does kind of imply to me... no, that's not it. It's going to imply to me that we should search all the way down that column, basically. But also that we should find it here. I mean, look at this. It's the same kind of thing. You get O's all over the place, and yet no device. You know what? Wait. I wonder if this is bombable. This big rock pile here. Nope, that's not a puzzle. Usually it's more obvious than that. What if we collect all the Poes? Does it affect anything? I think we're right here. Almost. Okay, we're a little bit off. Why don't we see it? Chasm is right there. Why can we not find anything? Slayer, possibly? I don't know, it looks so much like this is supposed to be the drop point. Nothing arrived the way it was supposed to be delivered. Absolutely nothing. I mean, this is so obviously supposed to be the drop point where the pose marked the station and you just grab the object from there, right? So what's the problem? I think at this point we go back to the overworld and check the plateau. But it's such a tease for this game to give me one of them successfully, not the other three. Such an incredible tease. Unless you're supposed to climb up there, we should try that. Climb up there. Did I see something? I mean, there's a little bit of a glowing spot there that is under the chasm. Maybe I'm supposed to grab something there, throw it from there, and recover it from down here. Look at that, because from a certain angle you can kind of see something. At the top of the chasm. From a certain point of view. We've got to check it. Because given the positioning here, it's not unthinkable that the drop point is actually slightly higher. It's just that I thought we had checked that previously. And the idea that it would be that you'd throw the object further down here and then continue to cart it over. You see, yeah, it's entirely possible. Except, no, we're overshooting at this point, though. At least according to the map, we're no longer directly below. And then... it's hard to tell. Very hard to tell. I don't know, though, because, you know, we saw the one that was on the east. And it seemed perfectly well positioned. And I don't know if that one is just supposed to be, by design, easier than the other ones to locate, but none of the other ones seem to be following the same principle. And we have at this point spent so much time trying to figure that out. With all three of the missing pieces. That's the thing, like with three missing pieces, you know. One, you can kind of understand that something accidental might have occurred, but I mean, we have to check that location, obviously, but I seriously harbor some doubts. Vehicle assembly point over there, that's nothing. Yeah, at this point we have to check the plateau in case of a despawn. Just running out of possibilities here. But what could possibly have occurred to break this the way that it seems to have been broken? But I mean, the thing that throws me off, well, multiple things throw me off, but one of them is that the quest seems to have explicitly acknowledged that all 4 objects were checked down below. So in that case, why would it respawn up top? Under what circumstance? And why would that affect the loading of items into this zone? Depending on what the logic is, like whether the quest acts as a check against that. Yeah, but you know, this scuffing or this lighting over there, we should check that. I thought we had, but we need to check it again. It's too suspicious. I mean, potentially missing 4 out of 4 would be one thing, but missing 3 out of 4, that's just strange. The chasm does perhaps follow a certain path, though, that perhaps it is possible that, you know, an object bounces its way down and you don't find it close to where the drop point's supposed to be, and then in that case the ease of the first one that we found was just a total deception. It really doesn't seem right at all, though. There is that Poe location on top of the mushroom. That's nowhere near the drop point, though. Unless, of course, it was a bounce, because you look at a chasm, it kind of isn't quite a straight drop. It might actually have some kind of deflection attached to it, and so the natural place to look would be the top of that mushroom, in case that was a landing point for something. It all feels very counterintuitive. We just don't see it. It's just one of those interactions where we just don't know what the game is trying to tell me. Also, that's kind of interesting on this side. Have we seen this previously? As across the chasm from another assembly point. Yeah, these just look like pose. I mean, you don't get any device there that would be visible. If it were. Any kind of interactable dot here. So we can see anything at all. Not really. Anyway, let's peer into the darkness and see if maybe we have another destination we can hit, because I think at this point that this quest is just not happening yet for whatever reason, and it's very hard to say. Because we've checked all 3 of the remaining points, none of them have the object. Absolutely none of them. Yeah, I certainly hope it's not some kind of like hidden and opaque quest flag or something. It certainly seems as though we've broken something. I'd like to crawl on this if we can. Mine's got a safer dropping point. Down below. Totally gonna send myself into the gloom here. Actually, if we maintain height... Yeah, this problem is that we actually have encouraged ourselves to clear this part of the map at this point. I think at this point we seriously consider leaving the depths then. As well, it would be nice to keep exploring. We have to resolve this thing and figure out what's happened. Also, this is not looking clever. This particular descent. Not looking clever at all. Okay, no, that was fine. That was not fine. Okay. That's alright. Yeah, so east side was clear. We found this right, because one thing we wanted to do was map that out as well. Possibly we need a flying machine to cross that. Unless it's just a high wall, in which case we wouldn't be able to. Also, we're very low in health. I do need to consider reloading that. So how could we possibly be missing that many devices? Also, there is an eastern mine that is going to be the next location of Master Koga. We, again, don't really want to continue that just yet until we have a chance to go back upstairs for the Yuga suit. Nice to have a sturdy stick as the attachment. Seems to work rather well. Anyway, yeah, so this is crossable by minecart if we just construct one, I think. Which I believe we had done previously. Get over to the east. We had continued from there, so... Perhaps the best thing to do here is actually to return to the central mine, because we've done that whole interaction. I mean, we did approach the east with a minecart. I wonder if the way you approach that location would matter, but it really shouldn't. I mean, what we're strictly required to do here is find the four missing devices and reunite them. So how could we be running into this much trouble? Doesn't seem to make sense. Let's talk to this thing and see if there's any additional insight here. I think we've done all we can, really. After you have found my eyes on a plateau above, each of them near a chasm, bring every last one here to me. So, yeah, we need to go up and check the plateau. It's too suspicious at this point, and it seems to have maybe reset something, or... But it says you have now thrown 4 of the eyes into the chasms and brought one of them to the source of the voice, and... I think it's highly suspicious. Unless the quest marker here just doesn't reflect reality. We can't find anything with the other 3. Even though there were some very prominently marked locations that really should have been landing points. And... so would they reset up above, and if so, why would they? Well, let's see. Well, we can take the ascension point, or we can continue exploring over to the northwest just to uncover some more locations, especially if we can get near the Forgotten Temple, which would be much further along up here. Or maybe continue establishing an underground path that matches a lot of what we've found already. We know that Mount Laneru is actually going to be the next drop point. Well, let's see. But again, I think we're mostly resource limited at this point. Arrows 38, yeah, that's not great. We actually should get back upstairs. There's a particular system to this, though. There's one location here, one at Lake Hylia. I was hoping to unlock whichever map covers that area. We don't really need it, but certainly help. And we're heading there anyway. Let's do the shopping that we want to do. We have plenty of crystallized charges. I think maybe it would... Is it 23? This currency, so... yeah, we have 362 crystallized charges. I think it would make sense to buy 2 of these just to get us over the line for 400. In case everything is just in units of 100. And we can stack up on a couple of Zonite charges as well for the overworld. Not too many, because we do want some currency remaining. Large crystallized charges is... yeah. Because if this is worth 20... are these individually worth 20 of these? That doesn't seem to make sense. Or 10 of these, I suppose, because it's 2... okay. Maybe with the energy boost. Anyway, so maybe it's most cost efficient to buy these instead. Let's just buy 2 of these. And hopefully that's a significant boost. Let's buy just a few of these. Hard to come by in the overworld, so... yeah, I guess it only lets you buy up to 5, so we'll do that. In fact, then maybe we should clean this out. Indeed, if there's a limit of 15. We actually should take it, and it's not going to be too costly. And how many are here? 90. Well, 30 of these, I guess. You have 30, and then you have 60. Gets you close to 100. No, we'll leave it. Time being. Also, yeah, just the schema stones. Wasn't there something about the bargainer statue? Right, the bargainer statue is the thing I'm trying to unlock. If I'm not mistaken. Or is it? We'll see. I think it was. Yeah, because it was down below on this level. I think the bargainer statue almost certainly implies that that's what allows you to do the stat reassignment. Look, in that case, priority should be try to unlock this. And also uncover the map in that section. Which will be somewhere to the right, but may require crossing. And this was in the former Coliseum equivalent. I'm, of course, kind of curious about that in case there's a boss fight that we're supposed to be much better equipped for. But we're here, we should be able to find materials to assemble a ride or something. A grove of spirits. Pretty much. Yeah, if we head over to that location, I wonder if we just see what's going on with the Coliseum ruins. Also, these guys, yeah, let's just poke them. Grab some eyeballs. Can't really take too much punishment at this point, but I am curious. If it looks like another fight that's going to lock me in, we'll avoid it for now. Because I am really not equipped for it. At all. Should actually grab a vehicle for some of this, but it's okay. And that looks ascendable. That looks very conspicuous. Yeah, this looks gloomy. We definitely need to cook at this point. We're being a little too risky about everything. Oh, speaking of which. No, not quite within range. Actually, no, we can go further without having to climb. Might have a gentler slope available, yep, as expected. Yeah, we need to not get locked into the Coliseum if we do wind up there, but You want to see what's going on with it. I mean, it is technically off the plateau, which means here it is up above everything we're seeing. But might be fun. Should collect more of those deep fireflies while we're here. I think they're mostly usable for the glow, though. Oh, look. There's another point we can hit. Oh, not bombs. These guys. We're fairly close. Let's just run it. At least it looks fairly close. Let's clear a path, just be absolutely sure. But yeah, we can just light that up and that'll work just as well. We might even wind up below Hyrule Castle at this point, before we've even seen Hyrule Castle in this game. Or a lookout landing, or what have you. Look at that, it's dispelling the surroundings except for that one dot to the left. That seems rather suspicious, actually. That this location specifically would not be covered. Huh. Curious. I mean, wonder how we would map that then. Whether perhaps that's just its own light route that uncovers almost nothing. That's suspicious enough that I do want to check it also. Yeah, we know that light routes are ascendable, but here that looks like that won't get me anywhere too useful, so we should really also recover some of this health, but so we don't run into fall damage trouble. And single point shock resistance we're not going to be keeping that much because we now know how to do 2 points, which in conjunction with a Thunder Helm might actually give me immunity. I'm kind of eager to try that out when we have an appropriate fight. Looks like we might be right below some kind of encampment. Or just a lot of mushroom trees. I think we have as much stamina rather as we do as well. It's certainly incentivized to get more. Particularly because we're heading back up to the surface, eventually have to deal with locations like Death Mountain, which, you know, It requires stamina. Anyway, that looks like our place to grab some off-the-shelf vehicle parts. Just how far off the Coliseum location are we? We seem to have run around quite a bit. We got some wheels here. Some more planks. No control sticks, of course. What is going on with the Coliseum location anyway, if it is perhaps pressed here? Oh, is that actually water? Well, that's helpful. In fact, it might even be close to where we dropped in the first place. Quite close, in fact. This is our original point where we descended. Also, I'm sure this was maybe just an inaccurate tag or something, because I see nothing resembling a light route, but let's leave it there until we know what's going on. Why did I stamp it? Oh, okay, no, that's that's an overworld pin. Let's not remove that by mistake. So, interestingly enough, this location here, very close to where we came in, is the one with no map. Whoops. Because there's a light route right there. That doesn't seem to provide coverage of very much at all, actually. I guess light route coverage overlaps quite a bit, and we just happen to overlap everything surrounding it. Alright, let's just activate it then and uncover almost nothing by the looks of it. So what does that even do if we've already illuminated everything in its surroundings? And it covers one little blob. Yeah, just one little blob. Oh man, more of the surrounding area. Okay, I guess that helps. Yeah, sort of curious that that's how it would work. Okay then. It's still the wrong side. Or Coliseum is still that away, so we'll go around. I'm just curious. I'm not going to pick the fight with it if it's anything like the Desert Coliseum with all the horriblins dropping in that we saw previously. Also, we should get a sense of what these locations actually look like on a map. Kind of indistinguishable from other huts, really. So it could be any one of those structures if we're looking for exit points. Could be anything. Oh, there's a Lionel. We're not fighting it. Over 200 pins at this point. I don't know how we ever lived with the 100 limit in Breath of the Wild. Even if that world only had one layer. Felt like I exhausted that extremely quickly. Yeah, okay, so there's the Colosseum. It's kind of over water. And on its own little island. I'm kind of curious about approaching it. basically a moat around it, and we can still take a look on the other side to see if maybe there's a mini boss camp there, or if it locks you in with another big arena fight like the one we had seen in the desert. So anyway, let's take a peek over there and see what awaits us. Whatever it is, I don't feel supplied to fight it, but yeah, it looks like it's another chest. It's exactly the same kind of thing, actually. But as I said, we're a little bit undersupplied. Particularly on arrows, only 30 some arrows. Floating Coliseum. Want to see it? I mean, the thing is, if it locks you in, and it looks very much like it's going to lock you in. Don't know if we can take it. That said, the previous Coliseum fight was not bad. It was pretty doable with light resources, so we'll consider it. Let's, I mean, you know I'm gonna do it. You know I'm gonna do it. But a little light on some of these weapons, so. And the arrow situation is a bit alarming. 38 though? I guess we can technically exit out of these points if we ever need. In fact, we should check what's going on up top before we pick the fight. Because possibly we don't approach the chest just yet. We can just kind of scout around to see if maybe this would be a valid escape. Yeah, if we need to escape, maybe we can still escape, even if the gate shuts on you. Wonder if the fight would be resettable that way. We just get up on the chest. Need be. It's a pretty good scouting location too, I guess. Eh, not really. We can't see much. Not from here. Alright, you know we're doing it. Let's we try to drop back onto water. Can that water? Yeah, let's drop in closer to the door. And we'll just re-enter. We're obviously not going to let this go unchecked. Might just be... Wow, that's actually quite a lot of rooms. That's quite a bit. In fact, you can kind of see ahead of time what you're going to be facing. That is a Lionel. That is, by the looks of it, a silver Lionel. Yeah, we're not doing it. That's quite a lot of stuff, actually. It's kind of like a boss rush, almost. Multiple Lionels. Considering that we're not even equipped to take out one right now, we... Again, I'm glad it lets you preview this stuff, at least. It is going to be a Lionel boss rush. By all appearances. Well, this will be fun in endgame. It will probably not be a lot of fun right now. Okay, so this is a big endgame objective for us then. As Much longer term challenge. It'll be fun to figure out, but we're not equipped for it. We're not even close. Because this looks like deep endgame when we've done everything else. And can take out at least one Lionel comfortably. Well, I'm glad let me see that so we didn't walk into that thinking it was going to be as easy as the horrible fight rather from last stream. Anyway, Canyon Mine was this way. Yeah, we eventually want to explore down here, but we'll see. And yeah, no harm in just taking this passage around, I think. At this point, I think it's fairly clear when visual cues are giving you locations that are formally impassable. The only thing is that the map isn't necessarily clear when you look at it about whether these are impassable because of height or because of depth. I guess in every instance here, the equivalent to something like a bottomless pit is just an endless wall that goes up and can't be crossed. So when we see boundaries like that on a map, I think generally that's what that will denote. Infinite caverns. Nice thing about moving back up here is that maybe we can grab a horse again, which would be very nice. Especially now we have a much better idea about how to play this. Oh, who's this? Oh, oops, okay. Kind of don't want to take it right now. Again, we're a little bit undersupplied. We do have a vehicle point up there. We should really take advantage of this stuff more often. Especially now that we're walking around in the open. I don't know what we had. Vehicle in the quick select. Yeah, because we have all our save slots clogged up at this point. Some of this is a little bit redundant, but you know. And we can always just spend Zonite as well and build something. I actually kind of wonder if the approach to Lionel Coliseum would be to pre-build some killer vehicle with tons of cannons or something and shock weapons. Just drop it in with you. No, we're perhaps not comfortable enough with vehicular combat to see too much of that yet. But yeah, the target ultimately will be to come here and ascend, but We'll explore a bit first. Forgotten Temple, I think, might be interesting, partly because we know there's a quest associated with it that may or may not involve the depths, but we want to assemble a vehicle. We don't have a control stick for it. That's the thing. It might not really be helpful to sit on a car. I think this was actually one of the first, indeed the first vehicle point that I must have seen when I dropped in. No, it would have been somewhere over here. I would actually like the skeletal horse. That's what I really after. That you got a note over there that will just bomb. Oh. And sure, we've got a different bow now. We can spin an arrow for a little bit of building material. Yeah, let's not accidentally untag stuff in the overworld. I feel like I might have done that already at some point. We knew there were horses available somewhere around here, because that's where I got my first one. And regardless, we probably should just drive a car or something anyway. Okay, so basically back to where we originally started out. We're close to it. Come down. Where did we come down? It wasn't through here. It was not through the shrines. It was through... yeah, this location here. Dropped us in. I don't even come all the way up then. If that was our drop location. Oh, I guess we just kind of stumbled over here in the dark initially. I actually don't remember. Because I do know that we found one part of the mining suit fairly quickly. And we also found a horse quickly, which might have been rather responsible for us into disorientation. Also, here's the thing, we haven't checked. I mean, there's no way this works. No, it does just a slightly higher vantage point. Okay. I was kind of curious about that because we hadn't even tried ascending through light routes until the stream. Also, am I heal up? Bloom-wise. Yeah, so let's say we go northwest. Roughly. There's a vehicle point. There's going to be one over here to the west. Yeah, too bad we're out of blueprints. It would be nice to grab a vehicle with a steering stick and... Oh, I mean, we blueprinted that other one for a reason. With a spike attack. We might be able to recover it now. Because I feel like we're maybe not playing hard enough into the advantage that we gained with automobile becoming available. Something to get used to mechanically, I suppose. Let's see what's over here. More fans and sleds. I don't know that we really need flight though. But of course, since the materials are available, we might as well just take them. Is this just a fan and sled, or...? And... Oh, that's not a sled, those are wheels, okay. Am I correct? Oh, that's what the control stick did. Yeah, that's not gonna be too helpful. Maybe for one initial launch, but that's it. And it's cliffs we're dealing with here, not chasms. Oh, here's another one. Anything on his legs? Yeah, we could probably just take him anyway. Got a decent weapon here. Yeah, so let's actually tag his location just in case we need to farm him at some point. Obviously, we'll defeat him. Oh, whoops, too loud. Okay. Let's just go eyeball. And just not bother aiming. I'll also grab one of these existing swords. Just go Claymore. Let's get out of here. Oh. Oh, oops. Totally missed. Even with the eyeball. Oh, can I chase Rishu? No. Look at me. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Okay, moving on. Oops. Come on. Aim hasn't been as responsive as I'm used to lately. There we go. Easy. Okay. Yeah, we might as well keep a spear. We got a broadsword already, so we'll tag the spear onto it. I like that these are durability weapons. Oh, fuse has already been... There we go. Yeah, that was pretty simple. Probably not even worth the screenshot at this stage, given that we don't really need to mark locations. They don't have an associated location, so... James D, you said a few minutes ago, you just finished a water temple. What have I been up to in the depths? So I still can't find the objects associated with the 4-point quest. And at this point, I think that I am actually going to check the overworld to see if the objects despawn or respawn, or if we need to toss them back in, because we checked all of the remaining locations. I mean, we found one in the east previously, as you saw, but we checked all the remaining locations again. There were some fairly prominently marked drop points. That should have been where we found the objects if it was equivalent to what we had found previously. And of course, we found nothing. And so I found that awfully suspicious. And so I'm leaving that for the time being, but we are going to check the overworld for that, so I'm likely to try to ascend back upstairs by the end of the stream. Right now, though, we're just a little bit distracted by other things. You see, I don't know if it is a despawn, because the thing is, one of them didn't despawn, and we threw it in successfully. The other ones, the quest tells me I successfully threw them in. And so I don't know what's going on, but at this point I have to check the possibility that they're back on the plateau. I have to check the reset because there's nothing else to check. But I do find it extremely odd that 1 out of 4 of them specifically would work out fine, and the other ones would not. And the thing is, I've had a couple of reloads from save already because of deaths from fall damage and the like, so I don't think it's a reload from save issue. And of course, I don't want to look anything up, so I can't just search to see whether I'm encountering a bug that nobody else did. But maybe I should just get somebody to look that up for me to check, because it's very rare, like I'm saying, that I suspect things are bugged, but it reminds me very much of when I was kind of invisibly progress locked in Breath of the Wild, due to not having fulfilled a hidden condition like getting the camera, for instance, where, you know, I'd run into situations like dragons not spawning, or blue flames at the labs not spawning, etc. Which I spent a lot of time looking around for, only to realize much later that it actually was quest locked. In a way that was totally undocumented. So it's not unthinkable that we're in that kind of situation again. Where am I? Ah, yes, no, this was my drop point, not this well. This was my drop point. Yeah, this was where I came in eventually. Or initially, rather. That makes sense, because that's why we found a mining suit right here first. And we haven't uncovered any of this stuff at all. So, yeah, this was my original arrival location. This puddle over here saved me from fall damage and led us to the adventure of the past few days. Doesn't mean I need to continue over here now and see if there's anything new to look at. Okay, which element do we need? Let's go ice. Very short on ice. This will be a 1 for 2 trade, not really much, but... Okay, now this is an interesting location, except we were stopped rather quickly. here we are again at the edge of darkness.
Yeah.
So we can actually proceed pretty far along this pathway. It is just back to the mining suit location, of course, but I wonder if any of this is ascendable then, or if this is purely cliffside. This seems like it's purely cliffside, but if we go around, then maybe we can get somewhere. Yeah, on this end perhaps. Let's actually get some fireflies while we're here. Won't always be able to. That location over there looks prominent. I don't know if it's just a standard mining base. Yeah, it is. Yiga bases I'm interested in because potentially they give you blueprints, but okay, great. More chews. Now you could just kindly bunch up while I farm some ice.
Yeah.
Alright, maybe not. Well, one by itself won't be useful. I guess it's a neutral resource tree. Well, we're just gonna completely miss every slap here, but that's okay. Anyway, new territory. We have a free weapon. No. We're gonna rock in case we want to do more mining.
Yeah.
Giant's Grove, that sounds... Well, I mean... Let's just set it on fire and then...
Yeah.
She can finish the job if she wants. There we go. Sturdy thick stick, as usual. We're going to do this instead. Oh, I should have chopped the whoop. Didn't expect that. Anyway, Giant's Grove. That sounds ominous. I don't even remember what I marked over here, but it seems reasonably close to the... not the Forgotten Temple. I think Forgotten Temple is back here, if I recall. We haven't been there in the overworld yet.
Yeah.
In fact, it might even be worthwhile to... We're getting quite close to Hyrule Castle, actually. That node seems like it's the one that might be most associated with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's toast you a little bit. Oh, there's a giant. That looks like it's just a Stalnox. We can probably take it. A little low on ammo though, 31. I don't want to spend too many eyeballs simply because we need to murk Leox eventually. Alright. Pretty sure we can do the honors. Anyway, Stalnox, we can take it. Once we clear some of these guys around it. Given the location, it's going to try to pick up some trees and whack us, but... No particular advantage to fighting the ones down here, I think, as opposed to the ones in the overworld, but let's do it anyway. Oh yeah, he's gonna try that. Gotta do the toss. Whoop! Oh, come on, ran into the tree. I was completely able to dodge that, I just ran into the tree. Does it turn into gloom when cut? You mean the trees? No, they don't. I don't think so. I was doing completely fine there, and then we just smacked right into the tree while I wasn't looking. That's what happens when you back away from things sometimes too, isn't it? Anyway. I was spawning right beside this guy. Okay, sure. If Rishu would like to do the honors. Gloom firewood bundle and cut. It's not gloomy though, as you can see. The log is just a log. It's not even an anti-log. We camp over there. If we have other trees that are a problem, we should spawn them, but... yeah, like I was saying. He's gonna try to get over here though, so... anyway, let's not run into trees that we're running away from things. I think we've only fought one Stalnox in the main world so far. It was a fun location. Very early in the game. Look at that. It's a statue? No, that's just a pole. Pillar. Totem. Accidental design. Okay. Here's you, please. And we're actually going to try eyeball method this time. There we go. And then would you like to give me something to work with here? Okay. Can't rely on the eyeball quite so much time, but there we go. So let's get rid of this while we can and smack the eyeball. Roll it a bit. this way. Oh, it's gonna chase Reacher instead. Okay, that was a nice shot. Come on. We need a faster weapon here. Yeah, sure, we'll go for a spear. Poke it away a bit. Okay, one shot should do it, actually. Two shots should do it, actually. Oh, look at me. Look at me. No, don't look at me. Okay. There we go. Almost. Hit the eyeball first. Now we got it. Okay, that did not kill me, thankfully. We recall his eyeball after he puts it back in. I should have tried that, actually. I don't know if it's separately targetable if you do that, but that sounds fun. That's totally how eyeballs work, right?
Yeah.
Throwing spear, royal claymore. What would you pick up here? More royal broadswords. Let's grab another claymore. Two-handers actually are useful from time to time, even though I find them awkward to play with. Just because of a knockback effect. Also, I guess we could chop some wood or something over here. With the weapon that we're not using. That does not chop the wood. Because it's a spear. Let's try something else then. I guess I do need a chopping weapon. No, it doesn't give me anything, actually. You cannot harvest wood. It's not that kind of tree, I guess. It does make sense with how recall works, especially after seeing the Flux Construct fight in the last stream, which used that deliberately and marvelously. That was one of the more fun, essentially puzzle solutions that we've seen so far, in fact. Do we see another one? There is another one. This one's got a horn on it. I wonder if it's different or... Anyway. I guess a bunch of them skulk around here. I just want to see if it's tagged as a regular Stalnox or as a different Stalnox, because obviously, you know, you'd have to watch your foot around all the gloom here, but yeah, it's just a regular Stalnox. It's not that special. Yeah, we got so few eyeballs, I really don't want to use it. Broadsword Claymore, yeah, we can just spin into him or something. No stamina for this. At least there's no trees to pick up. His bones to pick up. This guy, he's got a bone to pick. Okay. What were we saying about a recall eyeball? Let's get recall ready just in case we want to use it. Okay, first of all, does recall actually select this? It does not. This thing, we should use the spear against it. It's a little too annoying otherwise. Well, we tried. Let's go spear. Come on, chase it. Rather memorable scene from Minority Report. Whoops. Anyway. Yeah, nothing to recall. Just get another kill shot here. Level of lag is minor. Do you mean we have some audio lag going on, or do we have some issues with that? Let me take a look, because I've been trying to mitigate it. We had some severe audio lag in one of the previous streams. Just gonna try to test out the sound here. Yeah, let me actually just do a quick reset on that just to see if we can improve it. Because, yeah, we had really severe audio lag a couple streams ago, and I didn't notice until the very end. And yeah, so welcome both Neota and It's Cryptic. Just check this quickly. Should be okay. Alright. We've got lots of weapons here. For durability reasons, we might just check this stuff. We broke off part of the halberd anyway. Attack up 7. Yeah, we're obviously taking that. Might even double up on that so it's extra long. And let's see if the claymore gives me a better effect other than throwing, which is not very useful. Attack up 9. Long throw with a broadsword. Yeah, let's... Oh, we should have used that up. Again, or rather... drop that, maybe do double claymore. And what's going on with the broadsword here? Let's see. It's a 10, durability up. Same as what we have, basically. I think we'll probably just leave it. Which is too bad. You admire my patience to do this without a glider. Yeah, it was not entirely intentional. I was very committed to doing this run without fast travel. And we just didn't pick up the glider at the beginning. I just never bothered to go back for it. Because, again, no fast travel. So here we are, no glider, no map. And, well, a bit of a map down here, I suppose. And I always thought that I probably would grab the glider before coming down to the depths, and then we just kind of fell down here accidentally anyway, so here we are. But yeah, it might not be the most convenient way to play, but it does lead to interesting situations. Gustav Canyon. Probably associated with... Well, I mean, we're pretty close to the castle. Let's just try to get that point. Okay. I'm not going to stop to do too much mining right now, but... we're okay as far as materials go. Okay, this is something. Might even be an ascension point for all we know. Let's check it. No, it's just a treasure chest. I shouldn't say just a treasure chest. We've gotten some good stuff before. Mostly crystallized charges now that we have the whole mining suit set. I actually wonder if the chests have a set loot order where, for instance, maybe depending on how you explore, instead of having pre-assigned loot, I could imagine that maybe it gives you the 3 pieces of minor gear, and then it gives you large crystallized charges. For instance, because it's almost too convenient that we picked it up in that order, and I wonder if it's that order regardless of how you open them. I'm not stuck in the depths. I know exactly how to get out. We actually found 2 places to ascend. We found one spot here. We found one spot in another corner. I know exactly how to get out. We just haven't done it yet because we're busy. There was one thing I couldn't do, though. Or couldn't figure out, which is that we seem to be missing a few objects for a quest that I expected to be under their respective chasms. For some reason, we couldn't find them, and I didn't figure out why, so we probably have to check the overworld in case something is not working the way I expected. So yeah, we haven't been to the depths that long, really. I came down here for the first time 2 days ago, I think. And we've just been mapping it out and playing around, although I'm low enough now on food and arrows that I will have to get up pretty soon. We're just uncovering more of the map while we still have lots to do here. Okay, this is good. And we're fully geared for the glow effect at this point, so it's a little easier to run around and get into trouble. Let's see, how deep is this? Okay, not too bad. Oops. Let's see what this gives me. Anyway, there we go. Didn't give me a lot of illumination, but I'll take it. So yeah, our previous death over there looks like this is a bit impassable at the moment. I do wonder if some parts of the world are completely sectioned off. The dialogue did kind of imply that that might be the case with Mount Lanayru, but East Hill. We'll try to make it there anyway. We know that, you know, at the very least there's the labyrinth in the top corner that we've been under already. I came here in the first place because I kind of want to see what's going on with Forgotten Temple, but that's not here. That is actually almost directly up north. Let's see. Because the terrain actually does match, like the rivers match the cliffs. So if we follow along here, we'll be under Hyrule Castle. It's very interesting that the rivers match the cliffs. It's just that we might have some trouble crossing, depending on whether bridges are also preserved. Anyway, let's get out of here. Yeah, let's actually follow the Hyrule Castle path. I think that might be fun, given that we haven't actually been to the castle ourselves since the opening cutscene. And yeah, we just follow this passage to the right and towards the east. If there is such a thing at this elevation. And this is actually all fairly readily traversable, so no real issues here. We just follow the wall generally, although bloom might be a bit of an issue here. That's okay, we can go around. It's bloomy wood. And yeah, we should actually just continue going down then. For something that's effectively an empty wasteland, the traversal does stay modestly interesting. Yeah, we don't touch rotten wood. We learned that the hard way. Okay, a bunch of keys over there, that's fine. Slap them. Probably want a faster weapon for that, though. Actually, let's go sword for that. If we can. If they'd like to come over and give me some eyeballs. Where I can easily loot them. I'm just stand here until they come in. Please. Come on. Get over here.
Yeah.
Fight over here. Come on down and play. Let's just get to Riju's area of effect here and poke one of them. 17 arrows, that's not great shape. But no, that's not going to work, but that does pull them, so that's good. The game is using bump mapping quite nicely, seemingly taking into account the armor lights too, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of a progression that is over the previous engine. I don't know much about Breath of the Wild on the technical side, but obviously this entire area really depends quite heavily on selling the player on the lighting effects and making that sensible. Okay, that's a light route and we should go for that. Probably can't just manufacture a vehicle and fly, but that's okay. We kind of wanted those eyeballs, but we can drive across this if we build, or we can just go around. Do we want to go around though? Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll work. Okay, who's there? He's gonna be in my way, isn't he? No, he's not. Just keep going. And we have a vehicle point. Let's actually assemble something. We never have control sticks in these places. At least it doesn't look like it. I don't have a quick blueprint ready for a vehicle on wheels, but we'll just assemble something. Also, yeah, over there as well, that is the one we previously faced. Okay, that's fine. Let's just light this up.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a little unwieldy, but bit of a sloppy job. It's not gonna be elegant, but we just need to face it in the correct direction and go, and not worry so much about gloom. As long as we don't run into trees or something. Okay, where were we? Our bats, I would actually like to fight these if they'd come along. I gotta farm a lot more eyeballs once we're back out in the main world again. Where do we see the light route? In that direction. Okay, so let's face it. And that's not quite facing it. Unfortunately, we can't really steer this thing also. What just happened? Oh yeah, she killed the choo-choo. Okay, that's fine. So much for farming more elephants. Alright, let's just tap it. I'm still short on arrows. Here we go. And we just throw more stuff as we go. That's fine if we're a little off center as long as we divert ourselves accordingly. Actually, oh. Hang on here. Muscle memory. Talk to me. Yeah, that's why you need a car. And indeed, we're gonna run into trees here, so let's... Actually, gloom damage is less of a concern here than just a heart damage, simply because we can heal out of gloom immediately once we're up the slope. What? Oh, whoops. Come back. Yeah. Yeah, we always spend so much durability on... Oh, come on. Okay, there goes the car. Turn off your engines, folks. We had such a full battery charge too. I guess we just straight up lost it. That's okay. Now that we can actually see where we're going. Okay, that's an interesting location. Oh, and we're right by where the castle is, too. Don't know how accessible that will be. Again, I can't really gauge elevation very well, whether it is down or up. I wonder why there's that obstruction there. What is that on the surface? Oh, that's just Central Hyrule. That's, center of town with a pedestal, I think. Unless that's where Lookout Landing is in this game, but who knows, we haven't been there. But I know it's supposed to be close to the castle, so there we are. Yeah, we're down to 15 arrows. We really can't afford to stay in here too long. But let's see, because maybe we manufacture a glider. Let's see what's up ahead. Or a balloon for that matter. I think we'd have to because I believe it's probably way up there. Hang on. We can scout. Can't really see it all. It looks like a bit of a cliffside obstruction. I actually don't know why the castle would be mapped in relation to that if it's that far up. When we're facing cliff this way, it's actually going to be this way that we need to face. Maybe something is traversable over here. There's gloom everywhere, though. We can try to look for an ascension point, but I feel like it's something that we'd actually have to approach from the other side, that it's even deeper in, or perhaps even inside the rock. Not clear to me. And yeah, it's just this massive patch of gloom that's surrounding it, so that does require vehicle, horse, something like that. Oh wait, is that an entrance? No, it is not. It's just a wall. Possibly, if you keep going around, then you can find some point that would allow you to approach. Too bad I lost the vehicle. I mean, that would have been useful right about now. That's okay, we'll just find another assembly point and make one. Got another assembly point right here, we can just do that. Oh wait, it's right here, okay. Maybe the next assembly point will actually have a control stick, that would be nice. Yeah, take a single arrow, that's just going to be a durability expense. Sure, we'll fight you. Whoop. Oh, these guys, okay. Hang on. Be nice if you got out of my way slightly. Whoop. Beaten up by a couple of rocks. Rock frog monsters. Not the most dignified way to go, but if it works. The steering wheel would be so clutch. Yes, exactly. I mean, we have some spares, but they're pretty hard to come by, so let's just see what's over here. More of the same, more car parts, car and glider parts. We will need it to cross any of this stuff, though. There's that Poe location up front, at least. I am kind of tempted to spin one of my steering wheels. And maybe use that to lock in a new blueprint. So we can get more steering wheels. But I think they actually are fairly expensive. And rare, so... Okay. Whoop. Well, okay, let's head towards the Poe location. Actually, a steering wheel would save me some of the ammunition that we've been eating through here, so, you know, maybe that's not too bad an idea, because it would just be, yeah, the problem is that I can't save any additional blueprints, I'm already full up. Whoops. Oh, it's the wrong way. Let's, yeah. Face this in the correct direction for once, that might be slightly helpful. And, whoa. We totally need a steering wheel. It's getting a little rough here and there. Well, let's turn this upside down for a moment. Let it burn out while I scout ahead of it. Yeah, we'll need it to cross one of this stuff, but maybe not. Not very even terrain. Yeah, we should get this stick. But I need to clear one of my existing blueprints to make room for it. So we can save it, because that's the whole point, so we can duplicate further sticks. Or we could just... How much does my monster vehicle anyway actually cost? 30, that's a bit much. Okay. And now we're in the middle of nowhere. Okay, that... Okay, that's not too bad. I'm gonna walk on that. Maybe take just a little bit of gloom here. Just ascend through. Yeah, that's something. I don't know if I can quite get in position to tag it, but... If we make it there, great. The terrain does seem a little unfriendly. Also over there, no, that's just my lighting zone. Okay, not entirely unwalkable. Gotta take a little bit of gloom here, but... no, we don't. We can just go down here. Let's avoid that camp for now. We're just not supplied well enough to deal with it. I have to cut back on the fights I've been picking after being so aggressive for so long. Horses, that's great. We should have snuck up on them. That's okay. I should even mark the horse point. Mark it with a star. Or... yeah, a star will do. Oh, oops. That's okay, we're right at the light route. We don't really need to tame this guy yet, but... great. I'm not expecting to map out all the depths by any means. I think some areas might be difficult to traverse to until we've dropped into other chasms, but while we're here... okay, as you can see, we can't quite cross over to the castle here either. Yeah, it all certainly has to be approached from the other side. Perhaps it does look like there's a connecting passage or something. Or perhaps it's just not even accessible here, but you have to find some other means in the overworld to approach it. But we'll see. The horse doesn't need a steering wheel, exactly. Much more cost effective. Yeah, and it's great. We actually did use the horses quite a bit initially, simply because they can cross gloom with no problem whatsoever. And now that we have a glow effect, we are much more mobile. So let's just continue mapping, I think. Yeah, this glob here, we should probably do something with that. So if we kind of head in that general direction, just see if we can find anything without getting into too much trouble. This is much, much more convenient. Kind of prefer it over to vehicles in some ways. The thing is whether elevation becomes an issue, or, you know, goblins trying to ride me down also become an issue. But yeah, basically, you know, if you're in open terrain, at a single plane of elevation, this is the best way to travel. Pretty clearly. Oh, look at that. This just counted as stone talus. It is just a standard stone talus. I'm not going to bother. Although we can maybe mark him. This talus area here. So it's to my left, yeah. I could use some charges or gems or something, but we don't really need them at the moment. Although I'd like to light this place up a little bit.
Yeah.
So we can see the terrain a bit better. It's actually the first standard stone talus we've seen in this game, as opposed to the ones that are outfitted for battle and weaponized.
Yeah.
So as long as we don't get whacked by some rocks or something, we're in decent shape.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll eventually have to find another light route. That's a pretty big camp.
Yeah.
And okay, this area here, very gloomy.
Ha.
But given the curvature of the light sources here, we
Ha.
might be able to find something.
Yeah.
Oh, like a tree.
Ha.
You know what? Let's grab some bonflowers. Let's actually harvest this. We should stock up more of this before we head back up. That's actually a lot of bombs in one place. It's quite nice. A bomb tree. And they told me bombs don't grow on trees. This looks like a rather prominent passage here. Lighting the way. That looks like it might be a Yiga base or something, actually.
Yeah.
Or just a mining base. I'm surprised we don't have a light route around here yet.
Yeah.
Let's check it. I mean, that circle looks suspicious. It might be indicative of a location worth checking. Look over here, that
Yeah.
is interesting. This definitely requires a mount. Well, okay, this is maybe where we want to go. I haven't activated this one, have I? Don't think so. Okay. That would have been much less accessible without the horse. But yeah, we'll map out whatever's easily within reach. I mean, not the whole thing, but we've covered a good bit of territory so far. I know that some of these, I mean, is associated with the Yiga drop point, and this one was very low elevation, which was why we didn't attempt it. Yeah, it could be that things are continentally separated by water features. That's the only thing, but this looks crossable down here. And yeah, we can use the existing water features as our guide. If they are all going to act as hard boundaries, then clearly the sensible thing to do is to head all the way down and around. But to the extent that this area is still traversable, we should go there and see if we can uncover anything else. So probably head east from here, I would think. And which way is east? That way, roughly. And hopefully not too many elevation changes along the way. Yeah, we'll just head straight in. See how the light route presents itself. Depths as far as the eye can see, which is not very far. Okay, that does not look like the light route.
Yeah.
Check elevation around some of these areas, just in case of problems on that front. Yeah, the lights or the pose actually add to a lot of the guidance here. Also, who's this guy? Oh, that's just a base. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, we can kind of continue going around here, I think. Maybe do something.
Yeah.
Not the most visibility here, I suppose, but we'll work with what we have.
Yeah.
Cover a surprising amount of terrain. Okay, a vehicle assembly point. We must be close to something. We know that we're going to follow the boundary pretty soon, at least in theory. And as expected. Oh, that looks like a flux construct boss. Way up ahead. This looks like a boundary, though. How deep is this? It's traversable. Can we take out the construct box? I think we can, but... because we don't actually need arrows for it if it's a type 2 that has the recall interaction, so... Main concern here is that we haven't turned on the lights. We really should.
Yeah.
Let's park the horse somewhere that I'll remember. Because it's a flux construct fight, I think we can probably take it. We do need to light the place up a bit first.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's type 2.
Yeah.
And of course, we probably do want to heal up because it does hit quite hard with the object throw, as we'll recall. We also don't want to lose the horse upon a reset. Yeah, plus 3 attack up, that might be a good time to use it. Also don't really need this cold resistance, so just go around the boundary here and see how we're doing. Light the arena as much as we can.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully don't need to go too heavy on arrows, but we shall see. Okay, we'll use the cold resistance food to heal up. Weapon-wise, sword's not too bad. We probably want to hit harder than that, but it's fairly swift at least. We can also use the Reaper weapon since we want a boss killer. And yeah, we actually had that additional raw bow as well. That'll do nicely. Just not going to use too many bows though. Oh, Flux Construct 1, those would be nice. We don't even need to do a recall thing. Probably. Alright, Ascend, or not Ascend, ripping this thing. It's Flux Construct 1, let's go with the cheap weapon. It's gonna do just fine. It's gonna be a total pushover, actually. Not even remotely a problem. Okay, actually it will have the recall interaction, won't it? Hang on. Okay, let's face the right direction for this sort of thing. Doesn't even hit that hard. Okay. Almost done. I guess we have to do this bit unless we... Okay, there we go. Done. Easy. And get more lights. And time bombs. So, as far as merging something goes, World Broadsword has nothing on it right now. We broke off whatever's on it. Let's just take the core. Plus 10, yeah. I mean, it's a Mark 1, it's not going to be very much. Where's that horse? It's around here somewhere. We'll go around and find it, but let's do this first. Yeah, I guess the Mark 1 also had a recall phase, but it was at fairly low elevation then. Don't think we encountered that. We initially fought that in the Great Sky Island, although I wouldn't necessarily have thought about it at the time because it took ages to even think about using recall. in any ordinary capacity. Oh, okay. Now it's been lit up. Here we've kind of followed a boundary here without being able to go any further. I guess we should go around. There's no obvious light route. And we're here. What is this? Something gloomy. Yeah, that's likely to just be a boundary then. Unless we could find an additional light route that will be along the border. We can just follow the border and see, but... I kind of doubt that will get me very much. Maybe actually stop to harvest and pose when we can see them. Lane's Bargainer statue. This is something new. We need to install anything to make this work. Very possibly. Oh, maybe not. Make an offering. Offer posed me. Okay, so that's what the bargainer is. So we'll see what these are finally cashable for. Returns all opposed to the afterlife without prejudice. Yeah. Okay, this is interesting. Bomb flowers, not bad. Dark tunic. Yeah, well, obviously get some of this. Oh, I see. It's the Dark Link suit. I wonder why we have access to it, because, so, I mean, we have access to the lobster shirt and the Sheik's mask because these are replacements for items we already have, but Dark Tunic seems unique to this location. We should definitely get it. I wonder if maybe you get a different one of these per Bargainer statue, where if you unlock the one here in the central area at the abandoned mine, maybe it gives you a different piece. We'll get it for sure. We're actually okay for bomb flowers for now. And we're obviously okay for the equipment that we don't need to replace. Secret Brethren, yeah. So we'll see what the Dark Tunic is useful for. I mean, it looks like there will be a dark set. Now we know what Bargainer statues are. For the first time. Plains Bargainer statue overlaps what? The original Temple of Time. Okay. No particular system to that yet then. So we'll continue around. Harvest more pose now that we have an idea what to use them for. Yeah, so I guess every shop will be a little different and possibly items like the clothing are vendor exclusive. What is this? Is this... It's gotta be another one, right? Light clump. We lit that up already. Okay, that's why it's lit. Yeah, no, that's when we have unlocked. Okay, back here then. Just gonna turn on more lights so we can. That seems like an interesting location. Follow the light and see where it takes us. That's... well, this looks reasonably close, such that we should be able to walk down here. Hang on. Grab some of this stuff and then we'll get our bearings, our surroundings here. Yeah, that's within the light zone, but what would it be? Let's see. Because of the trunk. It's potentially traversable up that way. Don't want to lose a horse yet, though. Let's just keep it for now. We'll see where this takes us. That's about as deep as it goes. And is that a light route? Let's take a look. No, it's not, but... I still have some interesting structures here, so let's continue. Mostly just looking for the next light bulb, but this grove is interesting in that it is inherently lit. Probably just encountered the plants growing here. And got a vehicle point as well. Well, you can go surprisingly far with this. That does take you back into familiar territory, so... we're going this way. Takes you back as well. Oh, it might be time to undock. Let's see where we can go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll continue to head on up in case we can find some lights, but not really counting on it at this point. Just given that the wall is follow the course of the river upstairs and present a hard obstruction. So yeah, I do wonder if all parts of the depths are connected or connectable. Or if there's going to be some limitation on that. And yeah, Dervish Advisor. We prefer to cavalry.
Yeah.
Oop. Let's not fight that. Not yet. We're too low in resources. I'm getting to the point where I'm not picking fights. But basically, seeing this boundary, we can't unlock a light source, so I'm assuming that we won't be able to do much with that since we're following the boundary here. Which tells me the next thing we should check is this passage down below in case it crosses over the Bridge of Highley location. So we should actually go back towards the central mine if we can turn towards that. Going too close here. Happily Grove, this is new. What's here? Oh, deadly trees. Many of them. Very many of them. Oh, that looks like a base.
Yeah.
I found a way out yet. Oh yeah, we found it yesterday. We found 2 ways out yesterday. I'm not concerned about finding a way out. We will probably use it fairly soon, in fact, because I'm just too low on resources to really continue much further into depths as far as combat goes. And because I want to check something with a quest that I can't seem to complete, where possibly something was reset back in the overworld that we didn't account for. Because I was supposed to find certain objects that were dropped in from the overworld, and we couldn't find 3 out of 4 of them. I sort of wonder if it was some kind of reset that we need to find. A little too suspicious.
Oh.
Anyway, we have the grove here. Actually, that makes me wonder what's in here. A tree. Large crystallized charge, we'll take it. Where's my horse? There we are. Look how abundant the bomb flowers are. You know, there's a light back there as well. I think we should have checked it. Look at how many trees we activated. Triggered the uprising. What's the light back here? Just the light. Any particular reason for it? Nope. Might even be a seed that we tossed earlier. Okay, south we go. But yeah, there's been quite a lot of night driving today. That's been the dominant activity of the stream. Given our positioning here, we actually would benefit from just following the lights again, I think. Yeah, that's okay. Pretty sure we killed that guy. Or many like him previously. Really need to farm him, although they drop good weapons. I guess that's the main purpose of having them here, is that you can use them to trade up weapons pretty consistently. Oops. Getting a little diverted here. Yeah, let's actually get back into the light. We have scanned this area already. Found that it was not too forthcoming about light sources that we haven't already discovered. Okay, so central mine is at least very visible. And we'll get some mounted enemies that we don't care about. Yeah, so the target at this point will pretty much be the ascension point. We're not going to bother fighting the Talus. Here's the thing about the Talus, that we actually can't climb it the way that you'd normally climb a Talus, right? There's a gloom effect. Which might make it interesting to defeat. I mean, I guess you just pelt it with bombs or something and do that, but you wouldn't be climbing the individual pieces. At least I hope not. Long range on that guy though before he loses interest. So yeah, I would like to light the area around my exit point, but we'll see how feasible that is. It'll be interesting to get back up into the overworld again. Turning the lights back on. Oh, that's just a frogs. Yeah, we've bought a couple of them already. We're too low on arrows. That's probably why I marked this, in fact, is because it's a frog's location. We know we can beat him, but we don't need more of those parts at the moment, so we'll just leave things as is. We're not messing with him. Just pelt me with arrows and one-shot me all of a sudden. That'll be the end of that. Oh, that's what we marked that. Probably shouldn't have marked as many skulls and some ordinary bosses along the way, because it's actually mainly the Lionels that I'm interested in for future reference. And of course we didn't pick a fight with what seemed like a major Lionel boss rush.
Yeah. Ha.
Yeah, just following the coast. Not the coast, the edge. You know what I mean? The anti-coast.
Yeah.
Okay, still in good shape. We're actually going to get quite near one of the exits.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the ascension point over there. Not quite taking it yet. We're going around for a moment just to see how far we can traverse.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we'll probably go straight back there after that.
Ha.
This is back to Central Mine. We want to go around this side if we can. If we can.
Ha. Ha.
Yeah, we can totally do this.
Ha. Ha.
And, okay, so he's going to refuse to go down.
Ha. Ha. Ha.
We'll keep him though.
Ha. Ha.
Yeah, because if we check this area here, might go much further.
Ha.
Oh. Oh, not in a great situation. Looks like he's clipping into the floor. We may have found ourselves a spot of terrain that isn't so great. That's okay. Got it.
Ha. Yeah.
And yeah, elevation wise, maybe we can't proceed there for the time being. Well, then we have something to come back for. I think it makes sense at this point to try and leave.
Yeah. Yeah.
The location's not quite lit, but we'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah. Ha.
Well, pretty significant progress in the depths, which we could have
Yeah.
finished that one quest, but like I said, doesn't seem like there's anything we can do but come back for it, so Hope that's not just a case of something glitching out.
Yeah. Ha. Yeah.
Alright, at long last. Let's actually see some light. See what's changed upstairs. Any time was spent down here. It'll be a long swim to the top. It should take me at the top of the bridge, right in front of the flame Gleog, which we're also not prepared to take. Okay. Back upstairs. And at long last, I was about to say we can see the sun again, but as you can see, it's clearly not the case. I wonder if the whirlpool there also takes you down to the depths then. Given its location. But anyway, we're going to take the exit. It's been a while. And here we are. Back to reality. Yeah, we're kind of a glow right now. We can probably take some of that off. And go stylish again. Go to dark link tunic. And some boots. In case we get near the sand. It's kind of nice to be back. It's been a little while. Quite a few hours, in fact, in terms of game time. But yeah, we have a lot to do. We want to go to the plateau. We need to check the Shrine of Resurrection now that we have Schema Stones to see what that vendor is all about. Probably more schematics. We need to get some upgrades going from the Great Fairies. We need to get the Yiga cleanse set together. We've got lots to do. But Plateau should probably be the priority. This guy still wants me to go to Lookout Landing. He's been warping everywhere to tell me that. Yeah, we're going to ignore Impa 2, actually. Just like we've done previously. Although we should check in at that stable too at some point. Is this a Korok escort? Yeah, you need to reach your friend. Where's your friend? You need a boat. Okay. Do we have boat parts? We should. Yeah, we do. I think so anyway. Those look like fans. Those look like wheels, in fact. That's not what I want. Actually, maybe wheels would work. I wonder if they do work, in fact, to send you through the water for all terrain. This might even be effectively a tutorial that you can, in fact, use the wheels. Do some paddling. Well, I'm very curious as to whether it'll turn out to be the case. Let's do this. Not like that, obviously. hold still. Because these can actually paddle through the water, that solves a number of problems. I mean, does this still work as a flotation device? This thing we need to know. A little bit heavy. But if it takes you through the water, it totally doesn't. No. We need a fan. We've got lots of fans, though. Yeah, okay, that wasn't likely, but worth checking. There probably should be a fan nearby, but I don't mind spending one at this stage. If it is necessary. This is interesting that you just have this just all the way up here. What is this room? I kind of wonder. No, but we'll do it with the fan. That's one thing I do have in abundance. Anyway, nice to be back in the open air. Kind of like the last few days didn't happen. Almost. I think we should actually check is making it back to the Great Sky Island. If we can, off the waterfall jump point. This lake right here in Central Hyrule might be the landing location that... Yeah, because if you can ascend through the waterfall... I don't remember if there was a waterfall. I think there was, like, because the water just kind of drips off the side. You can do that, and then you can get back up, and then if past that point, then you make it past here, which you could do using balloons, perhaps, and other things. Then we can get into Crystal Refinery for upgrades, which I would like to do. But first, let's see where we can go along the waterway. I think there's a bit of elevation there that we need to account for. Yeah, if we can just follow the river straight up, almost. We get back into... Where is it? This location here. We'll be up to the Florid Sandbar. You know what, let's take the boat and let's see if we can do it that way. Might be fun to just go on a river adventure. So long as the battery lasts. Cross the bridge and there we go. As long as we don't get stuck in a whirlpool either. I think it was sendable. We'll see soon enough. Okay, so... yeah, so there is a waterfall here. We'll need to portage the boat. And we can do that. We've got a pretty gentle slope here. Usable for those purposes. You know, it'll be nice to actually see some Koroks again, too. I haven't done much of that. Some wildlife. There's something down there that looks movable. Just see what that is. I didn't recall it out. That's... yeah, that looks like a stone, actually. Oh yeah, it goes all the way up. We just climbed a waterfall. We know how to get out of that at this stage. Let's do that with 3 hearts remaining. Where is my Zorsu? There we go. Oh. Okay. We do need to dive to the side then. Yeah, it's... apparently that doesn't help it as a climb, so we actually do need to heal up for a moment here. The glow effect, we might as well just use it. We don't actually need glow food anymore. Unless we have a dark fight where we need a resistance effect rather than a glow suit. Yeah, I say let's just clear it. Unless there's a better choice. Resistant food, or rather, energy food maybe, I don't know. Yeah, Too bad the slip resistance isn't actually that good. Really figured out a lot of the slippery climbing back in Breath of the Wild, but there's a certain rhythm to it that allows you to make some gains. There's a better way to do this. Let's just go around. Now we don't want to get out of range of our boat. We can't just go up a slope and hope it's still there. What does it choose? Yeah, just a small one. Not good enough for resource trade. Anyway, current's going to move the boat, so gotta be careful if we want to. Get on top of that. Let's find a better point to actually board it. Okay, up we go. And again, up to this sandbar. Then we'll take a left. We even hit some of the shrines along the way, in fact. If we really wanted. That's assuming there is a waterfall to ride up. I'm trying to remember what that dive was like. Some bridge. Let's take down the Barracudas. We are very low in ammo, but we do need eyeballs, so. Relatively lightweight enemies, I think. Absolutely no problem with these guys. Switch to a lightweight bow for now, just for basic purposes. Alright, is our boat still here? I hope I didn't stray too far. We can always construct a new one, we're not too far. Yeah, it's mostly the current here that was the issue. Yeah, there's a stable up there we haven't looked at yet, but it looks a bit. In fact, yeah, that's what would be associated with the shrine over there as well. Lots of shrines. Abundance here that we haven't really done anything with. Oh, this location, what is nothing much. Sail. Well, I mean, the sail would be nice, but we do already have a fan as well. I don't know if it would be of great use to us, but yeah, whatever, we'll take it. If the two interests conflict here, we'll just manage accordingly, so. And yeah, not actually that efficient. In our current direction of travel, anyway. Oh, it looks fancy. I suppose that's half the battle. But it is weighing things down quite a bit, so. Off you go. Might have attached it to a weapon or something, actually. Yeah, a bit too much resistance from the wind. Looking at it currently, also that rock looks like a Korok. Yahaha. Again. Okay. Now we can toss this for a moment. Which stable is this? We'll find out. Riverside. Well, look at that. There's even a... This is the way to dock a boat. And we need... some arrows. Any, if we can. Probably some rice too. We tend to run out. Spent a lot of time in the depths just stocking up ember. We can probably pawn off some of that, but let's look for gemstones in general. And yet, 90 amber over here. We can sell off a pretty good chunk. You see, we won't need a ton of them for crafting just yet.
Wow! Yeah, yeah! Wow!
Okay, let's take a look at the rest stop over here. We might just use a sleepover ticket. Although I guess the bonus would be nice, but we're going to get a health bonus, or rather a full heal from the shrine over there anyway. We'll check the well first. There should be a well, although we're right by the river, so who knows if that's actually going to be the case, given that water is right here. Yeah, maybe not, because it's riverside, so... We'll check this. Given its location, I assume it's going to be something fairly introductory. Building with logs? Yeah, very introductory. As long as we don't chop up all the logs while we're doing this. We can still look for treasure, of course. Oh, actually, yeah, we want this to be kind of balanced. Go to the central section. It doesn't just roll away. Taking the extra piece was perhaps kind of gratuitous in that score. It does unbalance things quite a bit. Of course, if we really want, there are ways of making this behave. Yeah, no, we should do it the intended way, I guess. Fine. Let's stabilize it. Nice demonstration of the physics engine anyway. Grab all the logs in case we need it for treasure eventually. Yeah, we'll cart everything over. Didn't I have an additional one, or did it roll? Or did I just chuck it somewhere? I think I just chucked it somewhere. That's okay. Oh. Anyway, I wonder if there was something like a treasure chest location to check here. Let's find out. Can't see from here, but we'll check it. Nothing, but at least now we know. Let's scan around in case there is in fact more. Yeah, okay, so that's where we dropped the previous log. I just rolled down there. In case we need it. Build nice and large. And totally offset her. And it's just gonna be a raft. Treasure chest over there. Yeah, we just drive a raft. Or just, you know, stick this thing over and so many logs. So many logs in fact. Doesn't really matter where we go or how we do it. I guess this is where we demonstrate that the instructions only go up to 20. Close to it. Oop. A bit of weight here. I mean, you're obviously suggested to do this with the boat, but we don't take suggestions around here. I don't really do it anyway. Actually, in fact, there's no steering stick, so to the extent that you do a raft, you would need to tap it with something in the direction of travel and only the direction of travel. So, in that case, why bother? I could have gone longer. Look at the waterfall over there teasing you for not having Cryonis. Spiky shield? No, it's just not even remotely what we need. But it does teach you, I guess, using spikes to shields if you are early enough in the game for that matter. A cheap bow, right? Okay. Yeah, cheap bow plus arrow seems to be the best form of activation, durability wise, so we'll take that. And off we go. Haven't seen that in a while, but we've got it. A lot of low-hanging fruit in this region, in fact, as far as shrines go, but we'll take what we can. Stormy skies over there. Probably no more boat over here now that we've come out of that, but let's actually register with a stable first, grab a point.
Yeah. Oh. 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 Oh.
Acrico Village, yeah. I mean, we're just heading up here, so. And yeah, very abundant with shrines. We'll deal with it. Eventually. Yeah, it seems like we've gotten all the Melania tips that we need at this point, but
Wow.
whoops.
Sa. Yeah.
I mean, I guess we could use the ticket. It's basically a free point. Don't need it for anything though, health or stamina or whatever. We should, in fact, no, we can leave it for the time being. We'll save that stuff for when we need it. Yeah, just gotta confirm that there's no. I mean, there's obviously no well, given the location, but wait, no. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. There's a well in every stable, no exceptions. You're gonna build it by right beside the river, you can go ahead and do so. You know, if you just want your source of water to work that way. What have we got here? Anything extensive? Some planks. I don't know if there's anything that would be uncovered here, but not much of anything, actually, as far as I can tell. I guess you're given a bunch of ready introductory weapons if this is in fact your introductory zone, but there's really not much of anything here. Well, that's what happens if you go back to tutorial land after so long of not being there. Oh, food, yes, we do need some. And what is this even? Ah, yes. Crab with spice. Anyway. Let's get some meat back on the menu. Also gloom food especially. We're completely out and we absolutely must have it. That should be the priority. We remember how to do something with a sun pumpkin or sundelion. In fact, where am I? Just gonna throw ingredients here. Sunny pumpkin pie is only +2. Yeah, we're not doing that. We can do better. Right, the sunny fried wild greens is good, but we want some hearts with that, with the Sunderlion. So possibly put that together with something else, like some meat. And possibly even something else on top of that, like a... yeah. Six and 4, okay. Ideally, we want the number to match, but given our experience in Adepts, close enough. You will eventually want to get more of that Sun Pumpkin. Because there was essentially a farming development quest at Medina Village that we can return to. Sunderlion. That's sort of rice balls. Maybe Sunderlion go 1 and 1 and maybe something else on top of that. +6 is probably more than I need. Let's try this. I mean, we can do it with anything. We can just do it with a piece of meat. If we want. Let's try it out. Oop, no. Let's hold it properly. Yeah, we can try it with rice once, and then add meat to that. See how it goes. Now, let's actually face this. Ideally, we get the numbers to line up. 5 and 3, okay. Anyway, we need some standard healing meals as well. Yeah, much of this will do. Particularly for circumstances where we get the light bulbs to remove gloom. And we'll do a little more gloom recovery. In general, though, we get for stock so quickly. Sometimes, let's find that. Let's do a single here just to see once again how our numbers might need rebalancing. 2 and 3, yeah, if we added something to that, that would be ideal. But also, what else did we completely expend? I love the attack power food, I suppose. So we just go bananas again. For a bunch of this filler. Also, yeah, we snack bananas together. That's all there is to it. Maybe get some of the defensive dishes as well, since we used them up. Where's my iron shroom? There we go. Yeah, we're running out of meat there, so we'll just go with this and possibly something that will be good as filler. There we go. Not bad. Normally gives you 5. Yeah, we can do it. Just need a bit of everything. Okay, how are we doing for stocks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, we really cut through this. It goes up to 12 rows. Let's just do a couple of other health fillers then. Since I tend to pop those anyway. Yeah, 2 might be a little light, but also, what else do we have? Mentioned cold resistance food that we're through, shock resistance. Food with speed is actually good, generally. But we also just need more food. And we just tag some of that together. And with some of the filler that's very readily available. That's a bonus. Oh, also, yeah, we should actually reward the noble pursuits. They tended to work out really well. Tend to have a lot of lucky rolls with them, actually. Travel in style. And yeah, we should take a look at our options for cooking some haste food. We didn't really do much of that. Mushroom. And wasn't there something else, like a swift violet or something that we put with it? Let's see if we get the double effect out of this. It's quite nice, actually. We should try a couple of different combinations. Not a lot of swift violet here, though, which, I mean, you know, I just need to climb around some more, but I wonder if we had a swift fish as well, or hot-footed frog also works, but that's for monster parts. Not for standard cooking, unless you're really interested in working that into your diet. Yeah, nothing that good for speed. So. Alright, let's work some of this together then. Yeah, we'll leave that for the time being. Just need to restock a little bit. Yeah, we actually need a lot more health dishes, I think. More juice. I'm running low on meat, though. We've got plenty of fruit, apart from palm fruit. Palm fruit's a little bit low. That's my rock salt. Oh, plentiful, yeah. So yeah, palm fruit is actually the main issue here, simply because we've been munching on so much. We don't want to cut through too much of the vault fruit because we will need shock resistance. We'll check a couple of other things like triple banana or quintuple banana. Let's do quintuple banana. Let's see what that does. Because sometimes with 5 of the same ingredient, it actually does give you a tier 2 buff. And look at that. Very nice. Let's try all the combinations just to go in the menu. Quite good, in fact. This 4 is enough to give you the triple buff. So we'll keep some of that. Okay, I'm pretty satisfied with that. Let's say that we're going to just head on up a little bit in case there's a way back up. And if not, we'll do some kind of construction. Let's take a look up at the sky.
Oh.
Well, let's be reunited with our horse.
Oh.
And all set.
Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of a tutorial that offers you a change. And we are looking to go here. Not a talus, just a boulder. Also, I guess, yeah, rocks are falling from up above. Maybe that is in an acceptable recall position, in fact. Kind of doubt it would go high enough, but let's see it. Take the lift. Note the geoglyph that a rather prominent location we're checking. Yeah, okay, that's pretty easy to get to. Okay, this allows you to scout, but it is a ways off of the Sky Island itself, unless you An additional boost past that point. It's just stable. Where's my horse? Oops. Didn't mean to activate her, but just wanted to mount my horse. Well, let's see. Because, yeah, at the moment, returning to the sky is actually an unsolved problem. But, yeah, it looks like... Okay, this is the pool that's directly below. Which we totally missed on the way down. Well, that'll be a longer-term problem, perhaps. Getting back upstairs, but, you know, given enough balloons and rockets, who knows what we can accomplish. Pretty far up, but maybe there's a way up. Anyway, Woodland Stable is a pretty obvious location to check for ferry upgrades. And of course there's the geoglyph there if we actually want to see some plot for once. And what do we just mark? Gotta clear up my own notation system here. There's, oh yes, across here, okay. Let's go back over the bridge then. Take a look at that now that we know what the idea was supposed to be with geoglyphs, which is a bit of a social chat with a buried memory. That's probably meant to be one of the first ones you bothered to look up, in fact. When I slap this guy, we can slap this guy. It's in the rain, so fire effect probably won't be all that useful here, but we'll just slap him. Farm him for parts. In fact, what's he got on the leg? Nothing, so just slap him. Rather fragile, actually. Oh, I was trying to grab the weapon and that didn't work. Okay. Good, I've got it. Let's poke with something else. Claymore probably, yeah. Yeah, the thing about trying to track locations for these guys is that... Which is the point of my screenshotting all the time with the kill shots. Let's take the robo, obviously, is that their life bars disappear just a tiny bit too early. Which is unfortunate. Roll halberd. Yeah, we got 200, we got a spear. We'll check the property on this and we'll see if we want to keep the sword. It's also its row. Okay. Let's fuse it. There we go. Anything else to loot? Not really. How much calmer this place is. Got the guardians chasing you everywhere. Okay, so now we look for the part to stand on. Now do we understand that's actually the thing to do? This is a fairly large glyph though. Take a little bit of searching. No, here we are. Nice prominent location, fairly obvious. Oh, this is a plot for once. That is a bit of a rarity for us. And let's see what this is all about. Oh, here's the dwarf. Our first sight of him, actually. In his former glory. Look, there's shrines and everything.
Hyrule will bow down before me.
Rattle up advantage. Oh, we'll do the squad. I think we know what to do with them nowadays. There's a lot of them now. Makes you wonder why he never weaponized him in the previous games. Anyway.
There are so many of them. But why would they...
Now, that's a character we have not met yet. One of the other sages, obviously, but can't really tell who. Zelda's ancestor, perhaps. Proto-Zelda.
wiped out all the Molduga.
How is that possible?
So brute force will not be enough.
Well, I think he realizes that.
The secret stone of the Zonai. How interesting.
First of all, was also traveling back in time, and secondly, with the plot we know of already, with the Yiga clan assembling something for him in secret. The dwarf is catching on. And yet, we take plenty of snapshots around here. Memories have been added to the adventure log. I wonder what number that was. That was actually number 6. Tear of the Dragon number 4. Yeah, we have hardly encountered any of these. Just 2 of the glyphs so far, so. I know very little about the plot of this game after over 100 hours of play. And that's okay. Okay, so we'll just remove this step. Probably go for the next shrine over here, just as some low-hanging fruit. I do want to head up to Woodland Stable, which is somewhere over here. Well, we can get there. We also never finished a bunch of the side quest content around this area. We should probably roll for more balloons. Why did I even pin this? I have no idea. Oh, except the pins are kind of all region. So I actually have no memory of why I pinned that. I don't know what it's for. Or even which zone we use that with. But anyway. Hikaru over there. Enemy base over there. That looks like a battle talus. Or maybe just a base. That's just a base, I think. This is all the intro level stuff. Let's... Oh, right, we needed to check the plateau. Yeah, because that's why we came back out in the first place. Plateau and Shrine of Resurrection. We should do a shrine because we are there, and then we should go back for that. Too much to do in this game. It was. Far too much to do. I did mark a shrine. Let's see if we can... Where we put it. Unless I thought I marked a shrine and I just marked a base instead. Which from a distance is entirely possible, like if you just squint hard enough. I bet I totally did that in fact. Yeah, okay, so this is just the enemy base, so we don't have a shrine here. We've assaulted plenty of those before, but... maybe I was targeting something that I missed. If that intercepted another marker. But anyway, no shrine, so we just... take that off, I suppose. So I know what I was doing with it. Yeah, almost certainly I just spotted that from a distance early in the game. Suppose it was a shrine and didn't think about it any further. Okay, in that case... we do need to see what happened with that quest we couldn't fill. So... bridge-wise... yeah, let's just go back. Or we could maybe do a bit of a circuit, but yeah, we'll get so diverted. Very, very distracted. Everywhere we go. Oh. This is also totally a depth entry point. I'm not going to take it right this moment, but we should start. So there's more than one of these wells that are likely safe drops. Along with the one that we found much earlier. That was over here. I wonder where this takes you then, because maybe it is to a location we haven't mapped yet. Yeah, it's actually pretty deep in a location we haven't mapped yet. I'm kind of tempted to just go back, but we haven't fully resupplied yet. Well, I mean, we got food, we got gloom food, we got arrows. We could totally do it if we wanted. It's very tempting, but no, we have to figure out what's going on with that Temple of Time issue first. Also, is there a last location? Okay, that's not helpful, so let's repin this. Yeah, because this is totally a safe drop. Discovery. South Navy Lake Well. We will take it at some point, but particularly if we still don't have a glider, that would be our way to get into the east side of the depths, and that's more or less what we are going for. Eventually, where's my horse? Where's my loyal steed go? Yeah, anyway. All the way over there. Okay. Northwest. Where I am but mad, north-northwest. This is definitely a Korok of some sort. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how this is going to work, but it's almost like this is kind of messing with your expectations of what Korok puzzles worked in a previous game. I mean, this thing here, how suspicious is it? You put the rock in there, that's what it is. It's kind of like putting things back in their proper place after all of the boulder golf in the previous game. You just kind of put this here, kind of tee off. I don't know if we had seen one of these previously, but anyway. Yeah, haha. Yep. Yeah. That's done. Let's get back to the bridge. Oh, dynamic fight on the field. Oh, what weapon am I using? Yeah, it'll do. Whoops. Well, hello again, Benny.
Oh. Ah.
We'll take the soup.
Ah.
Delve in a dragon mystery, yeah.
Mm.
Well, she does have a flair for never looking in the obvious place. Also, let's not spook the horse. Again. Get over here. Is that a Sundelion? No, it's just more fruit. We should get back to the sky at some point, but again, too much to do. Oh, you can also totally make horse bridges in this game. I bet. You know, just construct some logs for crossing. Have an extra crossing point for your horse. Though these are some wider parts of the river here, this is going to be a Korok. I feel like we recently encountered something like that in the depths, didn't we? Yeah, yep, this is going to be object placement. So, what do we need to match this with? Or is this one piece? There's one piece, so we'll rotate it. Let's slip it in. Once I can see where I'm holding it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's remarkable how brand new this overworld often feels. When it is, of course, just a very gradual progression from the previous one. Where's my horse? Okay. Oops, missed. Nope. A little bit stuck here. Let's get you out of here. Almost reminded me of that first demonstration of Breath of the Wild before it was titled anything at all. And it seemed like the big thing that Onuma and Miyamoto wanted to show it off at the time was that the horses would just have this autopilot through trees. Yeah, you do kind of initially need to set the horse on the path, but once it locks to the path, it does work very elegantly. I totally missed the thing I was going for it. Let's, right, northwest. Horse is stable. Oops. Kind of wonder whether perhaps can support the weight of the horse, but make a good ferry to cross. As long as you don't dunk your horse in the water by mistake, of course. Blood Moon. That's the Blood Moon talking. So yeah, we'll go back to the plateau and shine the Shrine of Resurrection. I think that will be objective number 1 for today. For the rest of the stream, we'll probably take off from there. Depending once again on how distracted we get along the way, which It's likely to be significant. So yeah, we'll follow this all the way. I think it was a north entrance along the north wall, yeah. Actually be able to ride up to the plateau for once. Skipping a lot of the country here, but... Oh, new shrine. Like I said about getting distracted, also Misko's treasure is right here, so... We haven't done any of these yet. The 3 Misko's treasure points. I mean, it's right here. As is a car quest. Let's see what your destination is first. Just to see how far off course we'll be. I can't see the smoke at all. Yeah, actually, no, we don't have the towing harness now. We did. Be a little easier, but how far off is stable? Stable's right there. Let's just grab the harness and go. Although, we'll want to do the shrine. Oh, and we're distracted again because of the shooting star. Let's get it. Star fragments are not the easiest thing. It's gonna be a lot of back and forth here while we chase shiny things. Oh, also, there's an Addison architecture quest. There's so much to do in this game. Like, in a span of 2 minutes, we've got 4 new objectives all of a sudden. Well, we can't do it all, but the star fragment is a little more time sensitive. It's also really quite far off. Never gauge distance with these. Whoops. Forgot I'm not on my infinite horse. My infinite horse. I mean, it's not every day that you get the fragment to spawn while you're also conveniently mounted on a steed, so... Okay. Yeah, too bad. Yeah. We want to kill them? Yeah, sure, why not? You know what? Let's go. Then... Guster. Just sink. Oh no, it's a Lizalfo, so it doesn't sink. Alright, fine, that's fine. It's like, right, this guy can swim. Forgot about that. Alright. Would have been useful against like a Silver Boko or something, but... probably not going to make it as far as that objective I set up for myself today. Broadsword is broken. Let's just go for the Claymore. These guys are pretty tanky. That's your silver level. Yeah, we'll actually take that for sure. You would like to not just slap these right away. Whoops. Okay. Guess we'll just trade for one. Never mind. Oh, didn't he drop a royal? Here you go. Oh, broadsword. Let's see. We'll actually grab a new one and we'll merge it. Or did I grab the correct one? Hang on. Yeah, okay, they're both long throws. That's fine. Check for some ammo. Oops. Okay. Now we totally lost track of everything I said it would do. I came over here for the star fragment. Okay. So horses over there. Let's skip back over there. You want to see that, right? It's like a big piece that fell out of the sky and might get me Sunderlines or something. Oh, Dueling Peaks. First time I've been here. This game. Dueling Peaks looking glorious as always. Stand ball against Sky Shroom. Sunderland, that's ideal. Probably would save time just climbing this normally. Let's climb it normally. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's fine. We got to send a line, that's what I came for. Peak stable if we want more stables, but we'll come back here eventually. Yeah, I guess that shrine marker is probably what that is as well. Oh, there's a Boko squad, is that? Ah, silver Boko boss. Let's take him. Let's take him. We haven't fought a silver one yet. But you know that with Regio will just wreck these guys. It's just a red squad behind them, so it's not even going to be as tough as the black ones. Except a lot of them have fire in their backpacks, it's the only thing. We can go for the sneaky play here. A long claymore. No, he's going to back up. Okay, never mind. Nope. Okay. Yeah, we actually do want to hit this pretty hard. We don't use lightning on the first shot since lightning is going to be inherent anyway, but what do we set our existing fire supply on fire? Does that make sense? Yes, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. These guys are all going for toast, in fact. Meat. Meat. Yes. Very good. Okay, let's... pick up some of this stuff before it gets caught in the updraft. Although, bombing it by catching in the updraft would actually be a good idea. Okay. Shoot him in the back. Very classy. Not quite a wind cleaver, but we'll see if we can shock him. This way. Okay. How's my health? Not that great, actually. I probably should get some one-shot protection. Up and running. Just gotta play it cool for a moment here, and we need to overheal with something, we can, but just want to fill in very few hearts. Didn't we have something small? Yeah, fruit and mushroom mix, that's what it's for. What are we doing for weapons? Okay. I wonder if we can just push him. What happens if I ice him? And can I push him? Yeah, for the drowning play. Yep. 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 One more. Drown him. Perfect. That set of save durability. Okay, first silver boko of the game. Silver boss boko of the game, rather. 37 power, not bad. We gotta keep this Korak Frond and also get more ice, because the ice and drowning interaction is so cost effective. I think I did use it quite a bit in Master Mode in Breath of the Wild. It's triggering some distant memory for me, anyway. Some similarly cost-efficient tactic. As long as we're able to loot the thing afterwards, obviously. If we're using unvaluable enemies, we don't want all the loot to drift away. Yeah, kind of interesting that Silver Boss only comes with the basic red goblins. I mean, they've got full backpacks. Maybe that's what the difficulty unit is supposed to be. That, you know, they pellet you with firebombs or something. But But still, that was pretty simple. Where's my horse? Should be standing right here, right? There we go. Okay, well, since we're distracted anyway, we can go for Dueling Peak Stable and just kind of park there, but we really do need to get back to the plateau and see what's going on. Because that'll also determine how soon we drop back into the depths. Probably not too soon. I do want to get the Yiga outfit and possibly some other upgrades along the way. But we're going to be winding down pretty soon, so I'll just be finding a destination that won't distract me too much. If I can. We did pass a signpost just now, though, and we should probably go back for that. On the way over here. Yeah, because we were scrambling for that fragment. Landed over here at night. Okay, let's get a sense of our bearings here. Now that is the one we got already, right? Yeah. Yeah. The well we'll come back to at some point for sure. That's going to be my preferred drop point for the eastern region. No, I know we passed a signpost, I just don't remember where it was. Somewhere along the road? Let's just follow the road. Yeah, let's see. Oh, we saw him along the way, but at this point we're just kind of around in a circle somewhat to trace our steps. I've been on the other side of the bridge, but yep, right here. With my support, what can we use here? I think the implication is that we have to chop down some trees. Well, good thing we have so many powerful weapons for chopping down trees. Unless we have something else we can use. Nah, this is very clearly a free tutorial. Because we just used a broadsword. This Simon was the first you've encountered, and he already heavily stressed you out. Yeah, I have a pretty good sense of what to do with these at this point. It's always just a function of what materials are in the immediate vicinity and just a shape it assigns itself. I mean, there were one or two that we spent many attempts on, but I just feel like these are quick nowadays. Oh look, there's actually a whole block over there. We don't need to log so much, in fact, let's just grab this thing. Oh, what a bore. We farmed it for meat here. Now he's gonna run off. Yeah, I didn't quite get to physics at the point, exactly. Because, you know, it wasn't clear that... I mean, there's some where wind direction matters, and there's some where... You know, because it's freestanding, it'll just fall in every direction, and... That'll just be the way it goes. This looks really, really stable. We'll just chop this for wood, because we're actually sitting on very little wood. Unforgivable. Yeah, we've seen some pretty interesting ones. Sneaky rice balls. Okay. Anyway, we said we would get the harness from the stable, so I would do the Korok escort by the shrine. And we also said we would do the shrine, so we could then do the Korok escort. So, in some order, we're gonna figure this out. Oh, you also need to reach your friend. There's so many of you. Where's yours? I guess. Looks like one that might be better done with the river raft, actually, but... No, we could ride that too. Really, it looks like it's across two streams though, right? Actually, just across the lower bridge. Okay, that's easy. We'll grab a harness and do both. We'll do both the fun way. And I think you know, if you've done these Korok quests, what I mean by the fun way.
Oh. Oh.
Change equipment. Towing harness.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Yeah. Let's get back to the Korok. So one thing I don't know is whether Koroks can be reassigned to the wrong friend. We haven't tried it before. We have some in close enough proximity now that I'm actually tempted to try it, but I think we'd have a bit of trouble following them. Maybe we could try it. It might be fun. Because we'll just... we can actually escort multiple ones at once by just attaching them together. Oh, whoops. Let's not go too hard here. Remember, once again, this isn't my infinite horse. So I kind of want to see if I can do a double escort, and because then we can test out right away what happens if you try to assign the wrong friend. I'm sure it responds to you somehow, but over here, can we attach them to each other? It's all the way over there, though. It's also just down the road, technically. Okay, just getting a lay of the land. Is there a whole shrine there that we didn't mark? Wow. Yeah, area is absolutely abundant with shrines. But anyway, we're going to try this. So the guy at the back is the one who needs to be delivered, right? Okay, they're a bit heavy. We can do it. Look at that. It's a double escort. So this will allow me to first of all test whether you can assign a wrong friend. And we'll have to redo this whole circuit anyway for when we do the shrines, which is not going to be right now because I actually do need to log off soon. But I'm trying not to get into a fight here just yet. This particular escort method reminds me of the rather notoriously gory Lars von Trier film, The House That Jack Built. Or that some other time. Okay. So, let's say we take the front one. Can we assign him to the wrong friend? Let's try it. Oh, I guess not. Okay, that's too bad. How far off does he look? Okay. Alright, fine. What if we get them to meet while these two are glued together? Have a little convention here. Okay, that binds one of them. While the other one still kicking around. Alright. Yeah, I know we came all the way to this shrine, but we'll deliver this guy while we still have him. And it's because, yeah, he's actually just across the bridge, so we'll might as well do it. Smoke the whiz rope while we're here. Although it was so short in ice, maybe it's... Oh, whoops. Yeah. Snapped him off his back. It's not great. Yeah, fine. You know what? We'll just change out the ruby swords. Broadsword. At this point, we're not really salvaging that ruby anyway, so... much as I would like to. We're so low on ice, so we really do need to farm more ice. Cross Proxim Bridge, okay. First time I did one of these, I was so kind as to put them in a little cart and everything, but nope, this works just as well. This is right back on a Dueling Peaks path. Who's your friend? Okay, so here's what's going to happen. We're going to park in front of the shrine. And that's where we will begin the next stream. We'll just clean up some of this stuff and head to the Great Plateau from there. Yeah, it should just keep the towing harness on most of the time. Have you ever marked this chasm? I don't think we did. Just need to get the discovery on it if we can. Forest of Time. We've been there. I think it was DLC gear that was lootable from this location in the last game, but yeah, we're not going to mess around here too much right now. I do want to. On the other hand, this is the plateau entrance. Okay, change of plan. Change of plan. Shrines can wait. Where was the gate we opened up? Somewhere around here. This was our drop point. It was on the other side of the flags. And yeah, here's the front door. Oh. Oh, does this prevent the horse from going? Maybe it does, actually. It would be a surprise. I thought the whole point was to have this be mount friendly. Yep. Could be. Okay, so we need to check the chasms. That's the main priority here. The major thing we're here to do. Because I don't know why we couldn't find a device that we had supposedly logged down below. We need to check for the reset, if there is one. So, is the device still kicking around here? I need to know now. Yes. Yes, it did reset. Well, no wonder we spent so much time searching. We need to dump it all over again. I don't know why it didn't stay dumped when only one of them did. But okay, hopefully that stays dumped and doesn't despawn or something. Because we can't actually follow it down right now. Okay, curiosity satisfied. That explains a lot. In that case, we did successfully dump the one in the east. We still need ones in the south and west, but I think what we'll do instead is stop at the Shrine of Resurrection. So let's head over to Temple of Time. We'll take the passage up from there. Yeah, I should have checked this in the first place. I still think that's unfortunate, given that it specifically told me I threw 4 of the eyes in the chasms. It really shouldn't have reset. So I don't know what went on there, and why 3 of them reset and 1 of them didn't. But it's got something to do with this road location. We're not fighting the armored guy. Let's head on up. Anyway, all the way up to the motorcycle plateau. And we're just going to talk to the vendor. And we're going to stop there. And next time when we return, we'll make another attempt at cleaning up the rest of the quest that we didn't have the means to fulfill downstairs. That's okay. Wait. Oh, yeah, again. Oh, I have to do this twice? Okay. Wonder if I have to do it every time I come back, or... Yeah, I guess it's because I didn't unlock the construct. That's fine. No, I know about the banana bait. We've done this fight before, actually. I just didn't know it would reset. But Blood Moon or something, I guess. We were warned about the banana traps ages ago. Because I actually found one of the Yucca land bases before I met any on the field. Duplex bow is kind of nice. Let's take it. No, we have plenty. Okay. Eightfold blade. We'll tag it onto something. For tree chopping. Anyway. So, what recipe do we get? Beam cycle. Oh, interesting. So you get to ride a motorcycle that shoots beams, I guess. We'll try it. But anyway. We are going to log off here. And so... we will continue from this location. No, no, no. We're going to continue from the top of the plateau, the scenic way. Yeah, no, we're going to continue from the original overlook, the greatest establishing shot in video games. Once I put in some warm clothes. And realized that we had ascended too far. Okay. I guess we'll go back down. Yeah, so I guess we didn't get to do the thing I wanted to do, which was emerge from just Shrine of Resurrection. Like we've done many times before, and... well, we can still do it. We can still do it. You need to reach your friend, or... no, that's a Highland Shroom, okay. I see text pop up out of nowhere, and I start making assumptions. Anyway. We can even do this with the horse and the towing harness, just because this is that kind of game. And let's just enjoy the view, if you'd like to kindly stop. Yeah. The view of falling objects and everything. Yeah. Hyrule Castle, Death Mountain. Everything just as we remember it, more or less. Apart from upheaval. And this is where we're going to leave off for today. So, until next time, until next stream, which will hopefully be tomorrow if we keep on doing this on a somewhat daily basis. We'll call it from here. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully not too many technical issues today. I've been trying to correct it. And until we meet again upon the Great Plateau and make up for some of the lost time incurred by the quest not functioning as I expected. Have a wonderful day ahead of you. Enjoy whatever you are doing, either in this game or anywhere else. Thank you so much for keeping me company. And above all, fare thee well.